The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 5, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marlon A. Stutzman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties. With time equally allocated between the parties, each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Vincent High School on winning the baseball state championship for the 2A division in Alabama. On Monday night, the Vincent Yellow Jackets were headed into the bottom of the 7th inning, tied 1-1 with Pike Liberal Arts. That is when Landon Archer delivered an RBI single that sealed the deal and crowned the Yellow Jackets as state champions for the first time in 40 years. The Vincent players demonstrated the kind of grit, teamwork, and commitment to excellence that define championship-winning programs. And if the state of Alabama knows anything, we know what it means to win a championship. Congratulations to Coach Timothy Junkins, MVP Landon Archer, and the entire team on a fantastic season. You have made your school and the entire community proud, and I couldn't be more excited to join them in honoring your success. But I'd also like to recognize my alma mater, Hackleburg High School, on winning the 1A baseball state championship. In the 4th inning, the Panthers were tied with Leroy High School 4-4 when Ross Hudson, who was named MVP, singled, driving in the go-ahead run that proved to be the difference. Pitchers Maddox Vickery and Blaze Vickery held Leroy scoreless for the remainder of the game, securing the state 1A championship. This was Hackleburg's second state 1A championship in baseball. As a proud alumnus, I stand here excited to congratulate Coach John McKinney and the entire team on an incredible season for earning the title of state champion for the first time since 2007. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Second Lieutenant Caroline Robinson on her graduation from the United States Military Academy at West Point. A little over 4 years ago, I had the honor of nominating Caroline to West Point when she was a student at Mount Brook High School. While at West Point, Caroline earned the rank of First Captain of the Cadet Corps, which is the highest ranking cadet in the Corps chain of command. Now, Second Lieutenant Robinson will report for active duty at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. I'm very proud of Caroline, and I'm thankful for her desire to serve our nation as an officer in the United States Army. I know she will serve our nation with great distinction and honor. Thank you, and I thank the gentleman from South Carolina for yielding his time, and I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, I had the honor of joining the Gage Park community in Chicago to celebrate the life and legacy of Rigo Padilla, a beloved son of Chicago and a trailblazer in the fight for immigrant justice. In 2009, Rodrigo faced deportation, but he didn't back down. He organized, fought, and helped bring about a movement to its feet. This month marks 13 years since DACA was created, and it was leaders like Rodrigo who helped lay the foundation for that breakthrough. But long before DACA, before his name was made in national headlines, Rigo was building power among undocumented youth and demanding that this country recognize our full humanity. This weekend, a street was named after Rigo, and at a time when immigrants are once more under attack, when ICE raids, visa bans, threats to basic rights are making families feel unsafe, his story couldn't be more urgent. He taught us that being undocumented didn't mean being powerless, that we all deserve dignity. History doesn't change on its own. People like Rigo Padilla Perez make it move. Let this honorary street and anniversary be more than a symbol. Let it be a call to action. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I have a second.
Okay. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to denounce this administration's move to unilaterally cancel the visas of Mexican musicians and artists. Last week, Julian Alvarez, the proclaimed king of the box office, was denied entry to the U.S. and blocked from performing in back-to-back sold-out shows at Cowboy Stadium in Dallas, Texas. Not because of routine policy, but because of targeted cultural suppression. He's not alone. Grupo Firme, Espinosa Paz, both Latin Grammy-nominated artists and others have faced such abrupt denials. Canceling visas to Mexican artists is not to mute a song, it's to try and silence a force. Mexican music is powerful. It fills stadiums, it breaks streaming records, it empowers communities, it connects generations, and drives economies on both sides of the border. Festivals like Sueños in Chicago bring vibrancy, pride, and tourism to our cities, a celebration of identity. Jeopardizing it means lost jobs and sends a message that our community and our joy are not welcome. But our culture is not fragile. It's booming. It won't be erased. And it's more than a visa issue. It's a campaign to criminalize culture, to demoralize communities, and create a permanent underclass. These targeted bans on certain people, history, languages, books, and now the arts and entertainment are tactics to control, invalidate, and exclude us. And in a country that prides itself for valuing freedom, it's a threat to freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and the right to exist. This administration wants our labor without our families or our culture. They want profit from us without our voices. It's more than a war on music, it's a war on dignity. A war on Mexicans, a war on Mexican Americans, immigrants, all diverse communities. And we will not stay quiet. We will continue to defend our culture with pride, que somos de aquí y de allá, inspired by the generations before us and encouraged for the generations after us. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Permission.
Mr. Speaker, recently 2 Chinese nationals were arrested in Michigan for having smuggled in a pathogen that would be greatly harmful to our agricultural crops and related the livestock or even the human use for these crops. A fungal pathogen known as Fusarium graminearum was identified in scientific literature as being a potential agri-terrorism weapon. This is what the 2 Chinese nationals called Yongqing Jian and Zunyang Lu brought into the country. They smuggled this pathogen in via their electronic devices, which contained also evidence of Chinese Communist Party membership, and the different methods with which they brought the pathogen in were hidden in whether it was their devices or in tissues, in various ways of smuggling it past customs. Now, we can't imagine what kind of a threat this would be towards our agricultural production in this country if something like this was allowed to get loose. They tried to get it into the University of Michigan through their test labs there, through the work that the university does in agriculture, and somehow maybe do what? Infect everything that was going through Michigan and coming out in the new crops. Some of the effects on it are in certain grains. It would be devastating, for example, in wheat and barley, maize, rice, indeed four of the world's most important staple crops. It would infect these crops during their flowering stage, which then reduces the grain yield and the grain quality. The grains often would appear shriveled, bleached, or pinkish, making them unusable. Also, with these mycotoxins in here, you would have an issue which would cause toxicity to humans and animals, which would be causing them to vomiting or even worse effects in the livestock or people that would happen to use it. So what would the possible impact be? It could be billions of dollars in crop losses globally each year due to lost yield, contamination, and rejection in the market. These mycotoxins would cause vomiting, as I mentioned, liver damage, immune suppression, and reproductive defects in both humans and livestock. This is pretty nasty stuff that Chinese Communist Party is sneaking in by one means or the other into this country, in this case here at University of Michigan. It's known to be funded by the Chinese government, though the University of Michigan states it has received no funding directly from the Chinese government funding this work. But it points out that we need more clarification, more clear knowledge of the status of who is funding research, who is funding colleges, who is funding universities with things like this, because this is a bigger threat than we can imagine to the American food supply, both domestically and those who would support around the world with what we produce. So one of the two nationals has been accused of multiple smuggling attempts from 2022 through 2024. Again, mentioned hiding samples in the boots or mailed in a textbook, whatever they might be carrying aboard. So what are we going to do about this? Are we going to tighten up the restrictions on what is coming in through China and have closer checks of who is being allowed to import things and what is happening at our universities? Or we just let this go and have our food supply devastated by the constant threat of people trying to undermine and break down our country? We can't have these contaminated harvests. We can't have the continued threat to the confidence people in this country and our exporters have in the American food supply. You can't overstate what this means for agriculture, what it means for the U.S. economy, what it means for our national security of the food supply we grow and the health overall of U.S. citizens. So with that, we need to do a much better job, whether it's going to be what's smuggled through our airports or who's being allowed to bring things into this country and what their research consists of and who's funding it, mainly in this case the Chinese Communist Party and their government. It's a dead serious issue. We better take it serious or we're going to be in big trouble. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of a Buffalo police officer, Daniel Candelario, a devoted public servant, a loving husband and son, and a proud father of 3. At just 34 years old, Officer Candelario was taken from us far too soon after sudden complications from the flu. Daniel worked for 10 years, earning his badge, serving the C District with pride, integrity, and compassion. He embodied everything we ask of our public servants: selflessness, kindness, and unwavering commitment to his duty. Officer Candelario was a protector, an avid Bills fan, and above all, a family man. Daniel's wife, Dariana, described her husband as her best friend and rock. He was the beloved father to Danny, Dominic, and Diana, and the brother of Victoria. To his parents, Modesto and Lucy, Western New York mourns with you and thanks you for raising such an honorable and wonderful man. Today, We honor Daniel's memory. We lift up his family in prayer, and we grieve alongside his brothers and sisters in uniform. May Officer Daniel Candelario rest in peace, and may his memory be a blessing to us all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the Honorable Judge Patrick H. Niemoyer, a devoted husband, father, public servant, and friend. Judge Niemoyer lived a life of service to our community, state, and nation. From his early days as a law clerk and his distinguished service as Erie County Attorney, Judge Niemoyer built a legal legacy grounded in integrity, intellect, and compassion. He went on to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Western District of New York and was later elected to the New York State Supreme Court until 2016, when his deep legal knowledge and fairness led him to be appointed to one of New York State's highest courts, the Appellate Division, where he served dutifully until his retirement in 2023. Judge Niemoyer achieved so much in his life, which was to be expected by a man of such extraordinary intelligence. He was a brilliant man, a member of the Mensa Society, and while always the smartest in the room, he used his Irish charm and personality to make everyone feel like they belonged. His final send-off last week included friends from all across the political and philosophical divide, lifelong Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, and liberals alike, coming together to pay tribute to a man of great honor and integrity who never allowed politics to get in the way of his friendships and relationships. A true old-school politician. He was beloved by all. Judge Niemoyer was a personal friend, a mentor of mine, and swore me into the New York State Senate in January of 2011. Also, as near and dear to his heart as his friends were, was his affinity for Camp Turner. From his childhood to his adulthood, he had a special affinity for and commitment to Camp Turner, demonstrating his continued dedication to helping youth in our community. Above all his titles and achievements, Judge Niemoyer's greatest joy was his family. His beloved wife, Elise, and their 4 accomplished daughters, Caitlin, Dr. Aaron, Dr. Amanda, and Dr. Rachel, and all their beautiful children were his heart and soul. It is through them that his love and legacy will live on. Judge Niemoyer was the kind of man who read the Buffalo News every day, who loved a good round of golf, and who cared deeply about the world around him. He never forgot where he came from, and he never stopped giving back. Let us remember Judge Patrick Niemoyer not only for his service, but for his kindness, humility, and unwavering commitment to justice. May he rest in peace and power. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to congratulate the director of the McAllen Public Library, Kate Herran, on receiving the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award from the Texas Library Association, the highest honor for a library professional that they can receive for the great state of Texas. This recognition is a testament to Kate's leadership, mentorship, and impact. Since moving to McAllen 20 years ago, Kate has been instrumental in transforming the library into what it is today. She took a vacant big box store and grew it into the largest single floor library in the United States. She instituted award-winning programs like the South Texas Book Festival, championed bilingual initiatives, and expanded library resources. Kate has made the library more than just books. The McAllen Library hosts programs vital to our community, such as providing free lunches for students and job fairs to help connect South Texans with new employment opportunities. Kate, your dedication to McAllen and the surrounding area is inspiring. Thank you for your leadership and for always putting our community first. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the betrayal by the government of Puerto Rico to our immigrant communities. For the benefit of my constituents and the communities affected, I will offer my remarks in Spanish. Esta foto es de un plato dominicano conocido como el tres golpes. Contiene huevo frito, salami frito y queso frito. De más está decir que lastima el corazón. Pero no lastima el corazón tanto como los tres golpes de traición que la comunidad inmigrante de Puerto Rico ha recibido de manos de su gobierno. El 19 de enero, la gobernadora de Puerto Rico dijo que los inmigrantes en la isla no debían preocuparse porque ICE no iba a ser redadas fuera de la frontera con México. El 26 de enero ocurrió la primera redada. Detuvieron inmigrantes documentados en violación a sus derechos. Ese fue el primer golpe. El 27 de enero, la gobernadora dijo que iba a cooperar con las políticas migratorias del presidente. Ese fue el segundo golpe. Y ayer salió a relucir que el Departamento de Transportación y Obras Públicas, que desde el 2013 otorga licencias de conducir a las personas sin cuestionar su estatus migratorio, estaba compartiendo la información de inmigrantes con las agencias de inmigración. Ese fue el tercer golpe. Voy a ser claro, todos queremos que los inmigrantes estén con sus papeles al día. Todos queremos que quien viole la ley enfrente consecuencias. Pero nadie puede defender que un gobierno engañe a su comunidad más vulnerable. Nadie puede defender que el gobierno les pida información personal para darles una licencia de conducir y que luego entregue la misma al gobierno federal para que los investiguen y los deporten. Estamos hablando de seres humanos. Estamos hablando de niños que podrían perder a sus padres. Estamos hablando de ancianos que podrían perder a sus hijos cuidadores. El gobierno de Puerto Rico dirá que si no coopera, perdería fondos federales para carretera. Mentira. El gobierno federal, la Constitución de los Estados Unidos, asigna el poder de la cartera al Congreso y la rama ejecutiva no puede congelar fondos que el Congreso asignó para un propósito específico. El gobierno de Puerto Rico puede defender sus derechos de gobierno propio y puede defender a su comunidad inmigrante en los tribunales. 20 estados ya lo han hecho. 20. Demandaron al gobierno federal por condicionar fondos federales a cambio de cooperación con las agencias de inmigración. Y el gobierno de Puerto Rico, cobarde. En esa demanda, los 20 estados citan al menos 8 precedentes judiciales en favor de jurisdicciones que han resistido presiones similares del gobierno federal. 8 precedentes. Y el gobierno de Puerto Rico, cobarde. La historia no tendrá misericordia. El gobierno de Puerto Rico traicionó a los dominicanos, a los haitianos, a los venezolanos y a tantos otros inmigrantes para complacer a Donald Trump. Como me dijo un amigo, les dieron 3 golpes y luego los tiraron a mondongo. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair asks the gentleman to submit a transcript to the desk in English for the record. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, June 6th, marks the 81st anniversary of D-Day, June 6, 1944. In my district, Bedford County, Virginia, is designated as World War II Heritage City by the National Park Service, the only such World War II heritage city in Virginia. Bedford County is home to the National D-Day Memorial. This memorial commemorates the soldiers who courageously and fearlessly stormed Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944. Bedford had the largest D-Day loss per capita of any town in the United States, losing 20 men on Omaha Beach. Known to many as the Bedford Boys, they were amongst the first soldiers to land at Normandy as a part of Operation Overlord. Their stories of heroism and sacrifice will be passed along from generation to generation. One of the men who sought to memorialize their heroic actions was Staff Sergeant Bob Slaughter. A native of Roanoke, Virginia, Mr. Slaughter served in Company D, 116th Infantry Regiment. Soldiers from Central, Southside, and Southwest Virginia served in the 116th. Mr. Slaughter and the 116th were part of the first wave on the beaches. When you watch the opening scenes of the film Saving Private Ryan, you will see the terror and the chaos the men of the 116th saw. Mr. Slaughter was one of more than 34,000 Americans who stormed the beach over the several days of the operation and faced heavy artillery from the Atlantic Wall and Nazi war machine. Mr. Slaughter, 19 years old at the time, lived through the horrors and mass casualties of D-Day. His company faced heavy shelling as his landing craft reached the beach. The incoming fire from enemy weapons persisted as he stormed the beach and bravely trekked up the dangerous terrain. Even though many of his unit were killed before leaving the beach, he was part of a small group that found a goat trail that was protected from the Nazi fire. That group circled behind the enemy and took out the enemy positions, firing on the American soldiers below. More than 10,000 Americans lost their lives on D-Day, including many of the Bedford-based soldiers of Company A. Mr. Slaughter received 2 Bronze Stars and Purple Hearts for his service. Later in his life, however, he wanted to award and honor the countless lives that heroically fought on June 6, 1944. The memories of these soldiers had to be preserved, and that was his task. Those memories drove Mr. Slaughter to undergo a journey to honor the lives of those young men who served our country as on one of the most daunting days in American history. Mr. Slaughter, along with others, including Lucille Hoback Bogus, who lost 2 brothers that day on D-Day, pushed for Bedford to be the home of the National D-Day Memorial. He founded the National D-Day Memorial, served as its chairman for 7 years, and later wrote a memoir, Omaha Beach and Beyond, to commemorate the sacrifices of our D-Day soldiers. U.S. President Bill Clinton signed the legislation designating D-Day Memorial in Bedford as the nation's monument to D-Day, and President George W. Bush dedicated the memorial in 2001. Every year, the National D-Day Memorial hosts an anniversary event to pay tribute and recognize the sacrifices of America's valiant soldiers. That would be tomorrow, and Bedford's not that far away. As a former member of the Virginia House of Delegates and the congressman from Virginia's 9th District, I continue to visit the memorial and pay tribute to America's greatest generation. For last year's 80th anniversary, nearly 24 World War II veterans were present. Tomorrow's event is slated to welcome several. Tomorrow's event will also feature a special panel that discusses the legacy of Mr. Slaughter, who unfortunately is no longer with us. He died in 2012, and he would have turned 100 this year. Mr. Slaughter's son will participate on the panel. The tremendous success of the memorial, the patriotism that it inspired, and the stories continue to be shared can be attributed to Staff Sergeant Bob Slaughter, Company D, 116th Infantry Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. As a resident of the Roanoke Valley, I had the honor of getting to know Mr. Slaughter. Tomorrow is about honoring 19-year-old Bob Slaughter and all the men who went to fight for freedom. What mattered was their sacrifice, their strength to fight, their willingness to put their lives on the line so others could be free. What mattered was Bob Slaughter's drive to memorialize the countless sacrifice of his brothers in arms. To all our World War II veterans, to all the families of those who served on D-Day, and to Mr. Slaughter, Our nation owes you a thank you, and I thank you for your extraordinary sacrifices on behalf of American liberty. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Diana Barrios, a homegrown, passionate community leader. Diana graduated from Oxford Academy at the young age of 16 after finishing her sophomore year. She then earned a bachelor's degree in political science and sociology from UCLA with high honors and completed a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University. Diana's commitment to public service continues to be unwavering, and I was honored to name her as one of my 2025 Women of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Coach Denise Osorio, a youth mentor, mother, and community leader who calls the city of Anaheim home. Denise is the head coach of the Anaheim High School boys and girls water polo teams. Denise took the challenge to rebuild Anaheim High School's aquatic program after 20 years with no swimming pool and no swim-in program. And under her leadership, the girls' water polo team captured the first ever CIF division title in women's sports in school's history. Beyond that, Denise is a devoted mother of 3, Nicholas, Rosemary, and Emma, and I'm honored to name her one of my 2025 Women of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Beverly McNeff, the co-founder of Kids Singers, an after-school youth chorus program for kids in Santa Ana. Beverly is known as Mrs. Cool. Why? Because she teaches kids that it's cool to sing together in harmony. Beverly is a former actress, broadcaster, talent agent in Hollywood, and she is married to Kids Singers founder and director Paul McNeff, where they live in Anaheim with their son, Jeffrey. And I was honored to name her as one of my 2025 Women of the Year. Beverly, keep up the good work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Ana Gonzalez, a mother community leader who calls California's 46th her home. She serves as district director to Senator Tom Umberg, where she advocates for 1 million constituents, making sure that their voices are heard in Sacramento. Anna received her bachelor's degree in legal studies from Chapman University and is a graduate of Hope. And she is mother of Victoria and Cyrus. And I was honored to honor her by naming her as one of my 2025 Women of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Alicia Garcia, a mother and community leader who embodies the American dream. Alicia was born in 1961 in Durango, Mexico, and made the brave decision to immigrate to the United States in search of the American dream. In the early 1990s, Alicia earned her certification as a certified nurse assistant. And today, 30 years later, Alicia continues to serve her community at French Park Care Center, where her impact is felt by her patients, her colleagues, and the families she touches and supports on an everyday basis. And I was honored to name her as one of my 2025 Women of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group of remarkable young women from the plains of West Texas who are making history on the national stage. Our Texas Tech Lady Raiders softball team, these Athletes have battled all season long with an impressive drive, determination, and an unmistakable West Texas will to win that has taken them from the first Big 12 championship in program history and a chance this week to win the College World Series. Coach Glasgow and his Lady Raiders represent the best of West Texas values: hardworking, humble, and pure class on and off the field. Know this, Lady Raiders, all of West Texas and all of Red Raider Nation are cheering on our fearless champions as you fight for the scarlet and the black. Now, go out there tonight, all gas and no brakes, beat those Texas Longhorns, and then turn around and beat them again and bring that championship trophy home to Lubbock, Texas, where it belongs. Guns up and go West Texas. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the memory of the Lion of Lenox Avenue, Congressman Charles B. Rangel. He was a friend, a mentor, and a champion for Harlem, for New York City, and our nation. And most of you know Charles B. Rangel was a titan and my predecessor who forged countless programs, trade agreements, and new initiatives during his 46 years in this U.S. House of Representatives. He became the urban voice, the voice of urban America. When America needed a compass, needed a direction for its urban cities, it was Charles B. Rangel that spoke truth to power and led the nation forward. He was born in Harlem in the summer of 1930, right on the heels of the Great Depression, which cloaked the country into a blanket of poverty that spared no community. After dropping out of high school, Charles B. Rangel joined the U.S. Army's 503rd Field Artillery Battalion within the 2nd Infantry Division, where he earned the Bronze Star with Valor and a Purple Heart after successfully leading his men through a mountain pass under attack by the Chinese army. After his return to the country, Rangel received his bachelor's degree from NYU and his law degree from St. John's University. He was appointed Assistant District Attorney in the Southern District of New York by no other than the U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy. In 1970, he ascended to the House of Representatives when he and 12 other members trailblazed to formally found the Congressional Black Caucus, which slowly became the conscience of this House of Representatives, the conscience, of course, of Congress. He ultimately climbed to become the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, where he worked legislation that would uplift working class and middle class families. This included the low-income housing tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and empowerment zones. His international impact was monumental. He forged trade agreements in Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean. He helped to bring independence and economic prosperity across the globe. Informed by his military service, he became a lifelong champion for veterans, particularly those who faced discrimination upon their return to our nation. Charles B. Rangel was a giant of a man. He was a legendary leader not just for Harlem, but for the rest of urban America. He held no grudge, a true gentleman, and one that chose to help everybody in the community. This week, our city will stop, our nation will stop in silence to honor the life and legacy of the Lion of Lenox Avenue, Congressman Charles B. Rangel. May you rest in peace. May you rest in power. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Petronis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise to honor a true statesman, patriot, and a proud son of the state of Florida, Speaker John Thrasher. Speaker Thrasher's story is a kind we don't see anymore. A U.S. Army veteran who served in Vietnam, a lawyer, a leader, and someone who will never forget where he came from. He rose from humble beginnings to be one of the most influential public service the state of Florida has ever known. As Speaker of the Florida House, he guided our state through challenging times with courage and principle. As a state senator, he fought for Florida's families, stood up for what was right, even though when it wasn't easy. As president of Florida State University, he poured his heart into shaping the lives of young people, lifting up the next generation with the same integrity and drive that defined his own life. But to those that knew Speaker Thrasher, it was more than a resume. When he walked into a room, he had room presence. He was respected. He was loyal, tough as nails when he had to be, but always with a servant's heart. I was proud to call him a friend, a mentor. I admired the way he led with grace under pressure and with an unshakable love for Florida and our country. To his wife, Jean, their children, their grandchildren, please know that this Congress and the state of Florida mourns with you as we thank you for sharing your John with us. He made our state stronger and will carry forward the values that he lived by. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to our nation's 250th anniversary of two distinguished societies that are critical to our many activities in Florida, which celebrating our founding. The national, state, and local members of both the Daughters of the American Revolution and the Sons of the American Revolution are direct blood descendants of patriots who fought and aided our American Revolution or held positions of political, civil positions in our very first government. Back at home in the district, the Emerald Coast chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution and the Choctawhatchee Bay chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution have been busy gearing up to honor the great men and women who gave their all to establish our country. I had the honor to join DAR Regent, Daiquiri Champion, and SAR President, the Honorable Graham Fountain in Fort Walton Beach Chamber at the Chamber of Commerce as they honored the Chamber membership with the DAR's American 250th Commendation Medal for their campaign of remembrance of America's War of Independence. Another upcoming event which highlights the women who served in the war is in the Okaloosa's Women's Day Veteran Ceremony, which will be held at Women's Veteran Park on Okaloosa Island. One of the 8 bronze statues in the park pays tribute to Miss Margaret Corbin, who fought alongside her husband, who was a Continental Artillery officer. While assisting her husband in the Battle of Fort Washington, New York, she took over firing the cannon after he was killed by grape shot fired by the British cannon fire. She also received serious injuries of her own to her shoulder, chest, and jaw, but continued loading and firing the weapon. On July 6, 1779, Congress awarded Margaret a lifelong pension for her Revolutionary War service. I urge, and this was also the first time where America officially recognized a woman's military service. I urge all Americans to join the DAR and SAR members in paying special tribute to this incredible woman whose courage, strength, and patriotism rivaled many of her male counterparts. In April, a member of the SAR Emerald Coast organized a major work day at Old Stewart Cemetery in Laurel Hill, cleaning up the cemetery around Okaloosa's own Revolutionary War soldier, Private Horn, giving and paying tribute to Private Horn for his service in founding the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, as I close, heartfelt thanks and admiration to those faithful patriots of our American Revolution who fought, who died for our great nation, and their descendants, the members of the sons and daughters of the American Revolution, to keep our American spirit alive and well today. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of Adriana Smith. Adriana Smith was a 30-year-old nurse from Georgia, the mother of a vibrant 5-year-old boy. She started to experience debilitating headaches, and she sought medical care. She was discharged, her pain dismissed, as is so often the case in this country and certainly in our healthcare system for Black women. The next morning, Adriana woke up gasping for air and was taken to Emory Hospital, where she was declared brain dead. There are no words to provide healing for a pain this deep. A dedicated and loving mother, a compassionate nurse, gone at the age of 30. In the days that followed, Adriana's family and son should have been able to make a solemn, independent decision about what happened next as they celebrated her life, as they mourned this devastating loss, as they pieced their lives back together and began helping their 5-year-old cope with the grief and loss of his precious mother. But the state of Georgia denied Adriana her bodily autonomy and dignity in death. In the days and weeks that followed, her family found themselves in a desperate battle with Emory Hospital. The hospital believed that the anti-abortion bill that Georgia enacted in 2022, following the gutting of Roe v. Wade, tied the hospital's hands, mandating that Adriana's body, her brain-dead body, remain hooked to machines, not because there was any chance of survival. She had already transitioned, but because Adriana was 9 weeks pregnant, about a month past a missed period, Adriana's body has been turned into an incubator. An incubator with no medical rationale, no ethical reason, and no compassion. Mr. Speaker, from the days of enslavement, Black women's bodies have been subject to medical abuse, assault, and degradation in this country. We are more likely to die in childbirth. We are routinely denied medical care. We are dehumanized. And like the case of Adriana Smith, our bodies and our dignity are desecrated in death. This is cruelty. The latest episode in a long history of the experimentation and exploitation of Black bodies. I grieve for Adriana's family for the torture they are experiencing, layered with the daily uncertainty they are navigating as they try to do right by their daughter and lay her to rest peacefully. Her parents are by her bedside. Her 5-year-old asks, "When will mommy wake up?" Adriana should be here today. Her blood clots treated, her voice trusted, her pain believed. She should be decorating a nursery for her little son with her family and celebrating her son's last day of kindergarten, but Adriana's body lies hooked to machines in a hospital bed as part of an unjust medical experiment for more than 3 months. No family should have to endure this. None of us are free until all of us are free. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Bob Carolyn, a beloved community member and dedicated public servant who passed away earlier this year at the age of 85. Born and raised in Winona, Bob was a fixture in the southeastern Minnesota community. He graduated from Cotter High School and served in the Peace Corps in Venezuela before going on to represent his neighbors from Winona in the Minnesota State Senate from 1999 to 2007. As a young man in 1967, Bob and 4 of his high school friends founded the Fastenal Company when Bob saw a need to get hardware to the construction sites quickly. A new supply chain concept was born, and with Bob's innovation and his leadership, Fastenal quickly grew into a worldwide distributor employing more than 23,000 employees. with locations in all 50 states and 25 countries. Today, Fastenal is a Fortune 500 company and Winona's largest employer. Bob was much more to his hometown than a CEO, though. His community involvement and generosity to local causes was seemingly limitless, setting an example for us all in how to serve our neighbors in greater need. I have no doubt that Bob's legacy will live on through the countless lives he impacted, both personally and professionally. He was a renowned business leader, a generous benefactor, and a dedicated public servant, but also a true friend to a great many of us across southern Minnesota. He will truly be missed. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, Representative Charlie Rangel was a dear friend, mentor of mine, and very engaged and responsible for writing the Affordable Care Act and getting it passed. Charlie, you were a great one. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Whitney M. Young Magnet High School, its administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and especially students. Whitney M. Young Magnet High School, located in Chicago, Illinois, is a public four-year magnet high school known for its academic excellence and selective enrollment. It offers an accelerated program called the Academic Center for 7th and 8th graders, and admission is based on entrance exams, standardized tests, and elementary school grades. The school has a strong focus on developing well-rounded individuals with a variety of performing and fine arts programs alongside academic preparation. The school is comprehensive and excels in athletics as well. For example, during the 2023-24 school year, they were city champs in boys water polo, girls basketball, girls golf, girls softball, girls swim and diving. And Whitney M. Young Magnet High School was also the state champion in the academic decathlon during the last school year. And while the school and its students have always been outstanding in the world of academics, this year, 2025, for the first time in the history of the school, or any school that I know about in the city of Chicago, 23 of its students achieved a perfect score on the ACT test. And of course, the ACT is widely used in admission decisions and as a predictor of college success. And I am certain that if the business, civil rights, and National Urban League leader Whitney M. Young was alive today, he would join with us to congratulate Principal Ricky Harris and the entire Whitney M. Young Magnet High School community, especially the 23 ACT perfect scores on this monumental accomplishment. Imagine 23 perfect scores in one school, one place. What an accomplishment, what an achievement. Congratulations, Whitney Young students and everybody associated with this great accomplishment. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, after decades of pledging never again, we are watching the vile presence of anti-Semitism rear its ugly head once again. First, the unthinkable happened 2 weeks ago here in the streets of the nation's capital when two staffers from the Embassy of Israel, Yaren Leszczynski and Sarah Milgram, were brutally murdered. Sarah was one of our own, a Kansan, a native of Overland Park, and a proud graduate of the University of Kansas, who cared deeply about the shared human dignity of all people. And then just days ago, at a peaceful pro-Israel demonstration in Colorado, a Hamas sympathizer threw Molotov cocktails into a crowd and injured more than a dozen people while yelling, "Free Palestine." Audra and I are deeply grieved by these senseless anti-Semitic terror attacks, and we continue to lift up the victims, their families, and their loved ones in prayer. Now is not the time to waver in our commitment to Israel or the protection of the humanity of our Jewish neighbors here and around the world. Now is the time to rededicate ourselves to the God-given right to live in peace and safety of Jewish people both in Israel and across the globe. We must condemn terrorism, we must condemn anti-Semitism, and we must call it out for what it is, pure evil. Our support of Israel must never ever waver, and our response to anti-Semitism must always be clear and immediate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the Memorial Day recess, Rasmussen found that a majority of Americans say the country is on the right track. Under President Trump, America keeps winning again and again and again. Promises made, promises kept. 77 million Americans trusted President Trump to restore common sense to our nation's capital by bringing down everyday costs, reining in our federal spending, lowering taxes, rolling back burdensome regulations, strengthening our nation's border security, and getting our fiscal house back in order. President Trump has already begun delivering on that mandate, and Congress is helping him to advance this agenda. Just a few days ago, here in this chamber, House Republicans voted to deliver the largest tax cut in American history. We made long overdue investments in our nation's border security by funding the completion of the border wall, investing in modern technology to assist in the interception of drug and human smuggling, and increased detention capacity for immigration and customs enforcement as they work to deport violent criminals and gang members who are in this country illegally. Our bill supports American farmers, ranchers, and ag producers like those in the Big First District of Kansas who want to see the farm safety net strengthened by expanding crop insurance and updating reference prices. We permanently expanded the death tax exemption, saving 2 million family farms and saving those families more than $10 billion. We supported President Trump and Secretary Duffy's request to make much-needed investments in the Federal Aviation Administration to modernize our air traffic control technology and infrastructure and uphold the gold standard of American aviation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act strengthens our social safety net while better stewarding the tax dollars of hardworking Americans. Americans are generous people, but we cannot allow the government to abuse that generosity. Programs like Medicaid and SNAP were intended for the most vulnerable populations in our country: pregnant women, single parents with kids too young for school, low-income Americans, disabled individuals, and the elderly. Over the years, these programs have exploited and expanded beyond their initial intent, causing the cost of these programs to skyrocket exponentially. If taxpaying Americans can get up every day and go to work, why shouldn't we ask the same thing of those who benefit from that generosity? Our bill requires that able-bodied adults without kids too young for school work or volunteer at least 20 hours a week. This includes volunteering at a food pantry, a local church, or giving back to their community. It's disheartening that so many of my Democrat colleagues would prefer to lie about what our bill does and limit Americans to a permanent destination of government assistance rather than empowering them to return to the ladder of opportunity. This is not the American dream. I'm hopeful that the Senate will move quickly to get it over the finish line and on the President's desk. The country cannot afford to get this bill wrong, and I trust that every single Republican is committed to getting it to the President as soon as possible and helping America win yet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year I received a letter from Rachel, a mother in my district with stage 4 lung cancer, who is living on borrowed time. She's depending on future innovation driven by NIH research to see her son grow up. Her words are more powerful than mine, so I will read them directly. Quote, I could write endless words about how many will be devastated by these funding cuts, but this is not that kind of letter. Despite my generous nature, cancer has taught me to be selfish. Every single day, I think about my mortality. How long do I have left? Is that shoulder pain or something else? Will I be alive to see my son graduate from high school? He turned 11 in February, and I made him a lemon cake. NIH funding cuts will no doubt shorten my life. There is no truth about which I have ever been more certain, end quote. Mr. Speaker, our constituents are literally begging for their lives. As a physician and a mother, I cannot speak enough about the harm that this bill, this cut to NIH funding will do. I understand the importance of NIH funding because that is the driver of innovation and scientific discovery. To my Republican colleagues, now is the time to show courage. Stop these cuts to the NIH. Do not undermine scientific innovation. And to Rachel, I will fight for you with everything I have. You deserve to see your son graduate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 81st anniversary of the Allied D-Day invasion of France. Tomorrow, we solemnly commemorate this momentous day and honor the extraordinary bravery of our armed forces who took part in that historic operation. On June 6, 1944, 81 years ago, thousands of America's finest stormed the beaches of Normandy to defend the freedoms and liberties that we hold dear. They faced insurmountable odds, yet pushed forward with courage, conviction, and an unwavering sense of duty. On that day, the United States lost more than 6,000 soldiers. In the weeks and months that followed, countless more gave their lives liberating Western Europe from tyranny. Their sacrifices turned the tide of World War II and reshaped the course of history. The D-Day invasion marked a critical turning point. Allied forces banded together in one of the most ambitious military operations ever attempted. Our troops faced the terrifying unknown and prevailed. They left lasting impressions, not only on the war-torn landscapes that they crossed, but on the hearts of a grateful nation. In 2018, I had the honor of attending the wreath-laying ceremony at the Normandy American Cemetery in France. Standing on those hallowed grounds, gazing upon the white crosses, many marking brothers buried side beside brothers, fathers beside sons, I was reminded that freedom really is never free. That cemetery is more than a memorial. It's a symbol of American resolve, our willingness to stand for liberty, not just at home, but for people across the globe. Today, I want to recognize heroes from Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District who stormed the beaches on D-Day. One such hero was Elmer DeLucia of Bradford, McKean County. He served with the 81st Chemical Mortar Battalion and landed at Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944. He went on to fight in 4 major campaigns: northern France, the Ardennes, the Rhineland, and the Central Europe. Mr. DeLucia passed away in 2022 at the age of 99. After the war, he spent years sharing his experiences with students and community members, ensuring that the lessons of history were never forgotten. We also honor the 347 Pennsylvanians who gave their lives on D-Day, including 31 from the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District. Their sacrifices is woven into the fabric of our communities and our nation. Mr. Speaker, let us pause to remember and honor those who gave so much for the cause of freedom. Let us celebrate the heroism of all our service members, past and present. For the good of the many, a courageous few gave everything. Today we speak their names with pride, remember their sacrifices with reverence, and celebrate their legacy with gratitude. May we always honor the heroism. God bless our troops, and God bless our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the proposed Republican cuts to public broadcasting. Next week, our Republican colleagues are planning to bring a bill to the floor that would mean a devastating cut of funding to shows like Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers, all in their endless quest to find more money for tax cuts for their billionaire donors. It's important for people to understand that television is changing. More and more content is being put behind paywalls. And PBS is one of the only sources of children's television, children's educational television, that is still accessible to every child for free. Studies show that kids who grow up watching PBS get better grades, read more, are better at expressing their feelings, have better educational outcomes. Educational television, when it's high quality, works. I have 2 young kids myself, Max and Lucy. I cannot tell you enough about how important it is to have access to affordable, high-quality educational content for children. Public television has always been about the simple idea that every child deserves access to learning or inspiration, even if their families don't have a lot of money. That is why it is so important that we continue to support PBS and public broadcasting in general. And so I'm asking my colleagues to evoke one of my son's favorite programs, Mr. Rogers, and be a good neighbor. Vote no on the cuts to public broadcasting. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 16th time to beg the Trump administration to honor its word and restore funding for life-saving food aid for starving children. This is Plumpy Nut, an emergency paste that is used to treat malnourished children. And until recently, the United States shipped this product all across the world, saving the lives of children suffering from malnutrition. This is important because it's the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do for the United States. And I want to read a quote from someone who I think understands that. Quote, "It is going to be a lot harder to recruit someone to anti-Americanism or anti-American terrorism if the United States of America is the reason that they are alive today." This quote, Mr. Speaker, is from our own Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, before he started working for President Trump. And just a couple weeks ago, Secretary Rubio was in front of Congress, and under questioning from our colleagues, Representative DeLauro, my colleague from Rhode Island, Gabe Amo, Senator Booker, and others, Secretary Rubio said again that he understood the importance of continuing to fund emergency food aid. So why isn't it being done? Why are there boxes and boxes of this product sitting in warehouses in the United States waiting for funding to be restored when the Trump administration has said that they intend to do so? When we do not deliver on our promises as a country, it erodes trust. It makes it harder for the United States to build relationships around the world, and it gives an open opportunity for our adversaries, particularly China, to swoop in and save the day. So we cannot allow this to happen, not only because of the moral imperative of saving the lives of starving children around the world, but out of our own self-interest. It is in our interest to build goodwill. We can do it if the Trump administration will just do what it says it's going to do and restore the funding for emergency food aid. Secretary Rubio said that it's going to happen. Elon Musk said that it's going to happen. But it's been 4 months now, and we're still waiting. So what's the delay? Let's get this food aid moving again now. And I will continue to speak on the House floor every day until we do. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of an extraordinary man and devoted public servant and a pillar of Southwest Ohio, Special Deputy Sheriff Larry Henderson. Larry Henderson Jr. lived a life of truly outstanding service that was brought to an end all too suddenly on May 2nd, 2025. Having retired from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office in December of 2024, Larry stepped up to volunteer to direct traffic for the University of Cincinnati's graduation ceremony when he was tragically struck by a vehicle. This heinous act was committed intentionally by an individual whose son had been fatally shot by a Cincinnati police officer the day before. This unbelievable tragedy sent shockwaves throughout the Hamilton County community and beyond, as Larry had spent his entire life in service to his family, his friends, and the area in various official capacities. Larry was someone who consistently stepped up to the plate to meet the needs of his community, and his life ended the same way that he lived it, in selfless service to his community. A community that would not be the same great place it is today without Larry's courage and dedication. Having previously served in the United States Marine Corps, Deputy Henderson was a member of the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office for 33 years. Larry had a talent for teaching others and helping them develop skills to improve their craft. He was an academy instructor, dive team member, SWAT team member, an FBI task force officer, and a bomb technician. As a member of the dive team, he performed water rescues and searches to be prepared to assist in case of emergencies. Even after retiring, Larry served as a special deputy, picking up traffic details like the one at the University of Cincinnati. If something needed to get done, no matter what it was, Larry was the one who stepped up to the plate. Larry came from a strong family that created a lasting legacy of public service in Southern Ohio, with multiple uncles and cousins serving as police officers in the Cincinnati area. In his free time, Larry enjoyed fishing in the area and being at home with his family. He was a man who always had his priorities straight, and his wife and children were at the very top of the list. Larry was a devoted husband and loving father, proud grandparent, and friend to everyone around him. Larry leaves behind his loving wife, Lori, 5 grown children, an extended family whose lives were enriched by the strong leader and protector that he was. My heart and my prayers go out to his loved ones who are now learning how to live without their hero. Every man and woman who becomes a law enforcement officer puts their life on the line every day to protect their community from harm. When they put on their uniform in the morning to leave for work, they expect to walk back through their door at the end of the day and come back home to their loving families. Tragically, some never do. These men and women are true American heroes. Deputy Larry Henderson's lifetime of service, selflessness, unwavering commitment to others, and true heroism will never be forgotten. His legacy will live on in the hearts and minds of his loved ones, and the ultimate sacrifice he made will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to demand the resignation of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. Since taking office, RFK Jr. has failed to recommend the measles vaccine for children, even after the death of 2 children. He said pregnant women should not receive COVID vaccines. He has pulled funding for vaccines for diseases like bird flu and HIV. He has spread lies and stigma about autism. And last week, he released a report citing research that does not exist, written by AI. How many children have to die from measles and other preventable diseases for RFK Jr. to resign? How many pregnant women have to get sick with COVID and risk miscarriage? And how many people have to get hurt before Congress holds RFK Jr. and this administration to account? This is why Robert F. Kennedy Jr. needs to resign as Secretary of Health and Human Services, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Ruler of the universe, we humble ourselves before you. You spoke and the heavens were made. The stars were brought forth by the breath of your mouth. And amidst all that grandeur, you set our feet upon this earth. Every moment of our lives, that same creative power touches each one of us tenderly and lovingly, guiding us in the way you would have us go. How easy it is, however, for us to lose awareness of your abiding presence. So caught up are we in the business and the busyness of life, we fail to realize that you are as close to us as our breath. Every moment of every day, you are the source of our strength. This day, open our eyes to your nearness, that we would be assured when we are uncertain, encouraged when our efforts seem to yield no reward, and humbled to follow where you would lead. With that same humility, remind us that you are just as present in the lives of those around us. These too are your children, the delight of your creation. Draw us near to them, that in serving them we would be your hands and feet. In being present in their lives, we would be your living and loving presence at their side. God of all creation, let your eternal light remain with and shine through us as we seek to serve you this day. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House Representatives messages in writing.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina wish to be recognized? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hearn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Historically, 81 years ago tomorrow, June 6, 1944, 160,000 Allied troops surprised war criminal Hitler with Operation Overlord along the beaches of Normandy, France. This began the drive to liberate Europe with victory over good of evil over evil to end World War II. More than 10,000 Americans and Allies were killed or wounded on D-Day, all in the name of freedom, courageously led by General Dwight D. Eisenhower. President Ronald Reagan clarified peace through strength at his Normandy address on the 40th anniversary of D-Day, and it's now more true than ever. Quote, "It is better to be here today to protect the peace than to take blind shelter across the sea, rushing to respond only after freedom is lost." End of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is successfully reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump with a phone call threatening to murder civilians in Ukraine, and defending Iran's nuclear capability to develop a weapon for death to Israel, death to America. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 moment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the legacy of Catherine Willis, a woman who lived to help her community realize the dream of justice and equity, and whose legacy lives on in every neighborhood she touched. She was a dedicated public servant, excelling in pushing East Orange forward in her roles as Director of Senior Services and Director of Planning and Economic Development. Her work in education, housing, and civil rights reflected her belief that no one should be left behind. She stood up for those in our society who often fall through the cracks. Ms. Willis didn't just serve the people, she empowered them. She reminded us all that the strength of a community lies in how it treats its most vulnerable. Today, I ask this body to recognize not just her accomplishments, but her enduring impact. May we remember her not only for what she did, but for what she made possible. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California, the purpose you seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to this House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, California's governor and legislature at it again. The annual gas tax hike that already is in place is going to raise the gas tax another 2 cents to a staggering 61 cents per gallon. It's already squeezing families, small business, farms, everything. But new clean air rules are expected to take effect alongside this tax hike, which could push high prices even more. Now, state Republicans tried to stop these costly regs. Democrats blocked that without even debate, showing little concern for how hard Californians are already being hit and struggling with these high costs of electricity, fuel, and everything else. So there's controversy swirling around the Air Resources Board Chair Leanne Randolph, who recently admitted her agency does not analyze how its rules and new taxes affect prices for everyday drivers. They don't even analyze how the effect is going to be. They just go ahead and raise them. CARB wields too much unchecked power without accountability. CARB proposing a new fuel standard will further increase the cost of fuel another 65 cents a gallon for Californians. So with 2 oil refineries set to shut down due to the high regulations, it's going to really increase the gas prices to probably $8.43 according to a USC study. Who the heck can afford this? I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The administration's reckless public servant firing spree is hurting the health, safety, and financial security of people across the United States. Since he came into office, the president has laid off at least 58,000 federal civil service workers, with plans to eliminate an additional 150,000 workers. And another 76,000 workers accepted buyouts after being threatened with relocation or termination. These layoffs include hundreds of staff members at the Center for Disease Control who protected children from lead poisoning and air pollution, amongst other services. Staff cuts at the Social Security Administration have resulted in longer wait times for seniors applying for benefits. I've been proud to join legal briefs filed against the administration, which are resulting in the reinstatement of thousands of federal workers. I will continue to push back against the president and oppose illegal cuts to the federal workforce, which block Americans from assessing the critical government services they rely on. If we want to talk about efficiency, let's join together to evaluate it, not do it this way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, I hereby notifying the Congress that I intend to designate Dwayne Townsend, currently Special Agent in Charge, Department of Commerce, Office of the Inspector General, as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Commerce in place of the current Acting Inspector General, Roderick Anderson. Such designation will be effective no less than 30 days from delivery of this message. The Constitution vests the executive power in the President, who has a duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 1 ID, at Section 3. In exercising that power and duty, I have determined that based on the qualities outlined in 5 U.S.C. 403A and the confidence I must place in my appointees, Mr. Townsend is the best available person to serve as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Commerce at this time. In my judgment, Mr. Anderson can better serve the nation, performing other duties. For example, returning to his position as Deputy Inspector General of the Department of Commerce. I'm providing this notification as a courtesy to show a show of comedy and respect between the executive and legislative branches. It should not be interpreted as a concession that the Congress can limit my power to remove any officer, because no single person could fulfill the President's responsibilities alone. The framers expected that the President would rely on subordinate officers for assistance. And the Constitution gives the President the authority to remove those who assist him in carrying out his duties. Free Enterprise Fund, First Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, 561 U.S.C. 477, 513 through 514, 2010. Without such power, the President could not be held fully accountable for discharging his own responsibilities. The buck would stop somewhere else. Ultimately, I have determined that the changed priorities of my administration as compared to the previous one will be better reflected with new leadership in this office. Therefore, I am apprising you of my intention to designate Mr. Townsend as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Commerce, effective no less than 30 days from delivery of this message. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, June 4th, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform and ordered printed. Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, I am hereby notifying the Congress that I intend to designate Heidi Seaman, currently Senior Special Agent with the Office of the Inspector General for the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Education in place of the current Acting Inspector General. Such designation will be effective no less than 30 days from delivery of this message. The Constitution vests the executive power in the President, who has a duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Constitution, Article 2:1, Clause 1, at Section 3. In exercising that power and duty, I have determined that based on the qualities outlined in 5 U.S.C. 403A and the confidence I must place in my appointees, Ms. Seaman is the best available person to serve as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Education at this time. In my judgment, Mr. Rocor can better serve the nation performing other duties, for example, returning to her position as Deputy Inspector General of the Department of Education. I am providing this notification as a courtesy, a show of comedy and respect between the executive and legislative branches. It should not be interpreted as a concession that the Congress can limit my power to remove any officer, because no single person can fulfill the President's responsibilities alone. The framers expected that the President would rely on subordinate officers for assistance. Salia Law, LLC versus Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 591 U.S.C. 197, 203 through 204, 2020, and the Constitution gives the President the authority to remove those who assist him in carrying out his duties. Free Enterprise Fund versus Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, 561 U.S.C. 477, 513 through 514, 2010. Without such power, the President could not be held fully accountable for discharging his own responsibilities. The buck would stop somewhere else. Ultimately, I have determined that the changed priorities of my administration as compared to the previous one will be better reflected with new leadership in this office. Therefore, I am apprising you of my intention to designate Ms. Seaman as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Education, effective no less than 30 days from delivery of this message. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, June 4th, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 458, I call up H.R. 2931 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 81, H.R. 2931, a bill to direct the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to relocate certain offices of the Small Business Administration in sanctuary jurisdictions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Small Business, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 119-130, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2931, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act of 2025, introduced by Representative Finstead. This legislation does exactly what is necessary to ensure SBA employees are safe. Despite inheriting one of the most secure borders in American history, President Biden relaxed border policies, and today communities continue to deal with these consequences. I'm talking about everything from crime against small businesses forced to close their storefronts to the death of innocent Americans, and it hasn't stopped, as evidenced by the tragedy in Boulder, Colorado earlier this week. Thankfully, President Trump is taking action to restore the rule of law with executive orders that stop the federal subsidization of areas that refuse to comply with immigration laws. This legislation, in part, codifies those efforts and the work already done at the SBA. Under Administrator Loeffler's leadership, the regional offices in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Denver, New York City, and Seattle will be moved to safer communities within those states. But there are more other cities that we must reach. Under this bill, the SBA Administrator will make determinations on what offices will be moved and will make those decisions public to ensure transparency. It is important to note that SBA services to small businesses nationwide will not be interrupted by passing this legislation. When a small business in any jurisdiction needs assistance, they can still go to their local SBA Development Center or their community lender. But we cannot let the previous administration's border crisis put the safety of small businesses who go to the SBA offices and the SBA employees who work in those offices at risk. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to argue that Republicans are working to close SBA offices. This bill simply relocates these offices. As I said before, lending and counseling services for small businesses will still be provided to constituents. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill to make Main Street safe again. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2931. This bill is not about improving the SBA or expanding support for small businesses. It is about punishing cities for their politics and dragging a vital agency into another culture war. Earlier this year, the SBA administrator abruptly announced that 6 regional offices located in cities like New York, Chicago, and Seattle will be relocated. These are some of the most diverse, economically important cities in the country. They are also home to thousands of small businesses that rely on these offices for support. The decision was made without consultation, without any clear plan, and without even a basic briefing to Congress. In fact, 24 of my colleagues and I sent a letter to the administrator demanding answers. We still haven't received an adequate response, just rhetoric. Now, this bill will lock in that same reckless approach and expand on it. It strips regional, district, and local SBA offices out of so-called sanctuary cities, despite there being no legal definition and no justification for such a move. This isn't about immigration enforcement. It's about politics. This administration wants to punish some of our larger cities because they have the nerve to vote Democratic. And it is important to note, all these cities comply with the federal laws. And who will this bill hurt? Not politicians, not city officials. It is the small business owners and their employees who will suddenly have to navigate SBA programs without the support they have relied on for years. At the same time, the SBA is already in crisis. Huge numbers of staff have been fired or forced out. Customer service has plummeted. Small business owners are calling, and no one is there to answer. And now, in the middle of all that, we're talking about uprooting even more offices. This bill doesn't fix anything. It adds more confusion and disruption for the people we are supposed to be helping. It wastes taxpayers' dollars to carry out a political agenda, and it ignores the real economic challenges small businesses are facing. Let's not forget, entrepreneurs across the country are already dealing with higher prices caused by tariffs. That is a direct result of this administration's trade policies. These added costs are squeezing margins and making it harder for small businesses to stay afloat. The last thing they need is less support from the very agency that is supposed to help them. They also don't need to be spending hours traveling to offices to get assistance. If we really wanted to support small businesses, we will be talking about access to capital. We will be looking at how to rebuild SBA capacity, not gut it further. We would be focused on lowering costs, expanding outreach, and getting more entrepreneurs the tools they need to grow. Or just maybe we could stop playing games and pass a bill exempting small businesses from the pain of this administration on-again, off-again tariffs. But instead, here we are, debating a bill that makes things worse. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill, stand up for small business owners in every zip code, and restore the SBA mission as a nonpartisan advocate for America's entrepreneur. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Representative Alford from the great state of Missouri, such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, for this important piece of legislation. Thank you to our ranking member for your passion and your concern for small businesses in America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2931, the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act, championed by my good friend Congressman Finstad. Look, Mr. Speaker, this is not about a culture war in America. This is about putting American small business owners first, while ensuring lawless sanctuary cities do not reap the benefits of hosting SBA offices. It's pretty simple, folks. This is all about protecting American small businesses and making sure that federal taxpayer dollars are not funneled into lawless sanctuary cities that put illegal aliens ahead of their own citizens. Why should hardworking American entrepreneurs and law-abiding communities be second in line to support from their own government? They shouldn't be. This bill will relocate SBA regional offices from sanctuary jurisdictions to communities that actually respect the rule of law, that actually put American citizens first. And that is not controversial. It's just common sense. President Biden's open border policies let in millions of illegal aliens, unvetted illegal aliens, including dangerous, violent criminals. The woke policies of Democrat-run sanctuary cities, fueled by woke politics, have become magnets for chaos, stretching public resources to the brink and crowding out citizens who actually follow the law. And what happens? Well, it often depletes the public resources meant for U.S. citizens. Moving SBA offices into non-sanctuary jurisdictions is a step in the right direction. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The federal government should not reward sanctuary cities with permanent SBA infrastructure. It's just wrong. And it's not wrong and, quite frankly, insulting to every law-abiding taxpayer and every small business owner struggling to stay afloat. We've got to move these offices. This legislation is another example of House Republicans working to codify President Trump's executive orders. In March, SBA Administrator Loeffler announced a series of actions to put Americans first, including moving SBA regional offices out of sanctuary cities. This bill makes it law, backs that up. This common sense legislation, as well as others we are voting on this week, put Americans and American small businesses first, puts Main Street first. But, Mr. Speaker, we can't stop there. There are many cities that share the same lawless, woke policies as sanctuary cities that are soft on crime, even if they don't wear the sanctuary label outright. Kansas City is one of those, just one example. It's not officially designated as a sanctuary city, but it might as well be a first cousin of one. That's exactly why I've asked Administrator Loeffler to relocate the SBA regional office from Kansas City in Missouri's 5th Congressional District down to our district in the 4th. Because at the end of the day, American citizens and small businesses should not be the ones being served by SBA offices, not illegal aliens in sanctuary cities. Let's get serious. Let's put America first, like we had the mandate to do in November. The America First agenda led by President Donald J. Trump. I urge my colleagues to support and vote yes for H.R. 2931. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a gentle lady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver.
The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my ranking member. To my colleague across the aisle, obviously he wants us to be sleep because that's the opposite of being woke. I guess we should introduce sleepy policies and be sleep at the job. I rise to voice my strong opposition to the efforts to undermine American small businesses by the very agency tasked with fueling them. Because let me be clear, this is what H.R. 2931 would do. Allow the Small Business Administration to gut punch the small businesses it is supposed to serve, just to punish cities that embrace their immigrant communities. Targeting sanctuary cities, as this bill does, is beyond the scope of the SBA's duties, and it flies in the face of what the SBA is supposed to do: lift up small businesses in communities across the country, no matter what city they are located in or what party they belong to. Rather than driving economic growth, this legislation would strip essential resources from some of our nation's most vibrant and diverse communities. This would hurt the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of business owners. If the New York office was to close, the effects would spill over into my own community. The SBA office in Newark services over 800,000 small businesses in New Jersey alone. Cutting SBA offices from these areas will stall growth and jeopardize jobs. It will displace employees and disrupt critical services that local businesses rely on. It will burden nearby offices and stretch resources very thin. And it will make it harder for business owners to get the help they need when they need it. Newark's office would be overwhelmed if the New York City office closes. This bill weaponizes federal resources to hurt cities that have made the choice to protect immigrant communities. This is unjust. I have worked closely with my Democratic colleagues to raise these concerns directly with the SBA administrator through multiple letters, outreach, and even in Small Business Committee yesterday. SBA's response, if any, have been dismissive. I stand firmly against using the SBA as a tool to penalize cities based on their immigration policies. I hope my colleagues will stand with me. I urge you to vote no on the Save SBA from Sanctuary Cities Act to protect the SBA's mission and vibrant economies for all of our cities. With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to Representative Crank from the great state of Colorado such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2931. We've allowed sanctuary cities to openly defy federal immigration law for far too long. There must be real consequences for it. And I want to thank the gentleman from Minnesota, Representative Finstad, for introducing this important piece of legislation. And I'm also grateful to Chairman Williams of the Small Business Committee for working with me to ensure that my community, El Paso County and Colorado Springs, isn't swept up in the radical sanctuary policies coming out of Denver, Colorado. Specifically, I want to thank him for accepting our amendment to ensure communities like mine that are fighting back against criminal coddling politicians remain eligible locations for SBA offices. You know, we've heard a lot of folks who are opposed to this bill say things like it's undermining small business or it's creating a culture war. This is about the rule of law. This is about cities thumbing their noses at taxpayers. You aren't entitled to federal funds in America. There's a way, by the way, to keep these offices in these cities. Stop being sanctuary cities. Comply with the law. When did that become something that was optional in America, to comply with the federal law? It's incredible. As we hold sanctuary jurisdictions accountable, we must recognize that not every community in a sanctuary state is part of the problem. And I believe the amended bill draws that line distinctly, and it recognizes districts like Colorado 5 that I represent that have been bravely pushing back on their own. When the Biden administration opened our borders and over 8 million or more crossed into our country illegally, 300 migrants per day rolled into Colorado because cities like Denver welcomed them with our taxpayer dollars. Migrants with connections to dangerous gangs like Tren de Aragua didn't just stay in Denver, but they moved to nearby communities and they took over apartment complexes that were owned by individuals. El Paso County, my county, recognized the threat, but with zero support from the Colorado legislature, who at the same time passed more laws to make it worse. The Colorado legislature passed laws prohibiting law enforcement from honoring ICE detainers. The Colorado legislature restricting data sharing with federal immigration agencies. And the legislature passing a law that banned contracts for immigration detention centers. This is lawlessness, and this body should recognize it as such. In 2024, my good friend Sheriff Joe Roybal of El Paso County and other county leaders filed a lawsuit against the state, arguing that these laws are unconstitutional and that they hamper public safety. Now contrast that with cities like Denver, which have exacerbated their housing crisis, and they continue to support illegal immigrants, going so far as to bar city employees from cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. You talk about playing politics. That's playing politics. They passed laws in Denver to create a legal defense fund for illegal immigrants. And they passed a law to spend more than $180 million a year on related services, all while hosting the SBA regional office and laughing at the American taxpayers while doing it. This is unacceptable. Sanctuary cities should not be rewarded with federal offices and resources. That's why I wrote to SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, urging her to move the regional office to Colorado Springs, where we cooperate with federal authorities and support small business and we uphold law and order for our citizens. While President Trump has delivered on his promise to regain operational control of the border, the fight isn't over. We need full cooperation between federal, state, and local law enforcement. But it's unfortunate that Colorado's leadership is still going in the wrong direction. Despite Governor Polis saying in January he was open to work with the Trump administration, he instead signed new legislation in May that expands protections for illegal immigrants, even after local officials raised serious concerns. My community, meanwhile, is doing the work El Paso County and the Colorado Springs Police Department are partnering with ICE and the DEA. And in April, they led a nightclub raid that resulted in over 100 illegal immigrants being detained for human and drug trafficking. This is something that we're going to support with lawlessness, not in my community. In May, they turned over 13 illegal immigrants to ICE custody. And we understand the real consequences of sanctuary policies. Colorado's become a haven for illegal immigration. And in one tragic case that we all now know about this week, an illegal immigrant who overstayed his visa launched Molotov cocktails at innocent Boulder residents in what was a hateful racial attack. Despite the state knowing that that person was already illegally in our country, and the state of Colorado gave him a driver's license. We can't let sanctuary jurisdictions defy federal law and endanger public safety. Let me be clear. El Paso County, my county, is not a sanctuary jurisdiction. Despite the policies from Denver, we're committed to working with federal immigration authorities and protecting our communities. Again, I want to thank Chairman Williams and his staff for working with me, for working with my county. And El Paso County is ready and willing to host the SBA office. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2931. And with that, I thank you and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite rich to come to the House and talk about rule of law. At least on this side of the aisle, we don't have anyone who pardoned 1,500 felons. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Ranker. My district has over 30,000 small businesses, from restaurants and small grocery stores in New Rochelle to construction companies in Yonkers. Every day, I hear from business owners that they need certainty to run their businesses. They rely on an immigration system that ensures their employees won't be targeted and unjustly detained on their way to work. They rely on trade policies that keep the cost of their products stable. And they rely on federal partners who will be there when they need assistance. Since taking office, President Trump and SBA Administrator Loeffler have outlined an agenda that will harm small businesses. Proposals such as cutting the SBA workforce by 43%, relocating SBA offices away from New York City, the center of that region, and firing an independent inspector general does not represent anything that looks like America First. It is an ideological agenda, and it's imposed upon the majority of this country that functions differently and requires tailored policies. In addition, last week, my home county of Westchester was branded a sanctuary jurisdiction by the Department of Homeland Security completely inaccurately. Westchester is not and has never been a sanctuary jurisdiction, and in the last 7 years, we've reduced violent crime, and we have brought economic strength over a period of time that rivals any county in this nation. Westchester County cooperates with federal immigration law. County law, however, requires that no administrative police can circumvent due process. We do this to ensure that all residents will cooperate with local law enforcement. Westchester rejects the deep state police that appear masked without badges and proper identification. This bill represents an attempt by House Republicans to enact retribution on places because this administration wants to impose its view of law enforcement, deep state authority, not subject to judicial review. The result of petty and punitive motives of this bill is that small businesses will suffer. You would think that when you offer support for this president's tariff strategy, reckless as it is, it's damaging small businesses, it's international goods, components, and supplies. They would instead be working to stimulate that, but this bill could not be further from that goal. If this bill is passed, SBA offices will be relocated as political payback away from public access in major cities. In fact, that is the point, to reduce programs that help small businesses access to capital, professional services, and predictable tariff policies. That is why I introduced an amendment to prohibit SBA from relocating an office if the next closest office is more than 50 miles from the communities that were relocated. We should be debating legislation that will help small business tackle what they identify as their biggest needs: workforce development, stability, and access to counsel. That is not what we're doing. If we continue on this irrational path, American businesses will suffer. The mistakes we are making in this Congress, bill after bill after bill.
I yield another minute.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you. The mistakes we are making in this Congress, bill after bill after bill, will damage this nation's strength at a time when we need unity and strength more than ever before. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 news articles about DHA's sanctuary jurisdiction list removed from the website, given the fact that their local sheriffs were opposed to the list, and as well as a third-way article highlighting red state murder rates at 33% higher than blue states' ones.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I want to thank the ranking member for her leadership on this issue and in the committee. Mr. Speaker, this legislation does not actually address the safety of the SBA, workers, or small businesses. Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagree with the city's policy, they choose to punish all small businesses in that area. Let's be clear. This bill strips resources, not from cities, but from millions of small businesses, and makes it harder for Americans to access assistance to start and grow their businesses. Supporting small businesses should not be a partisan issue. We in the small business community have heard in our hearings that targeting SBA resources in major cities will be critically detrimental. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent the legislation from taking effect until Congress receives reporting from the SBA on the proposed relocation of covered offices, including a justification for how these moves could possibly serve small businesses. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit. I also submitted a separate amendment for consideration that would have prevented the implementation of this bill if the cost of relocating these offices out of Main Street would be more than $0. Unfortunately, the Republican majority has blocked my amendment from receiving a floor vote today. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and to vote in favor of my motion to recommit. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves.
Yes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserves.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me begin by thanking the chair and the ranking member for their interest in good, managed, efficient SBA offices. They are federal taxpayer dollars being invested to make sure we continue to create jobs in our great country. So that being in mind, I would ask everybody to think about return on investment to taxpayers. Orange County, California, my home, today, probably the 30th largest economy in the world. Home to Disneyland, Anaheim Angels, 30th largest economy in the world. California, that always gets beat up here in this body. We just became the 4th largest economy in the world. Let me say, we are the 4th largest economy in the world. And guess what? As California taxpayers, we pay the federal government $100 billion, $100 billion more in federal tax dollars than we get back from the federal government. So I'd say as an economy, we're doing pretty good. We need the workers. We need workers. California has the biggest agricultural sector in the United States. We feed ourselves and other states in the Union and other nations. 70% of our workforce is, guess what? Undocumented. And we are waiting for this body to pass immigration reform so good, hardworking individuals can be legalized. Manufacturing. We have the biggest manufacturing sector in the United States. Not Pittsburgh, not Michigan, California, Southern Cal. Biggest manufacturing in the United States. Guess who most of those workers are? Undocumented. And they also pay federal taxes. SBA. Let's evaluate it not on rhetoric, but on how many jobs an SBA office creates. What is that investment, that return on the investment? I'm not sure why we are doing this today. We all know that there are millions and billions of undocumented workers in this country. Absolutely, we don't want criminals, hard criminals in our district. I don't want them as my neighbors. But if they're hardworking, honest individuals, taxpayers, what is wrong with giving them the opportunity to be American, to pursue that American dream and be legalized? That's what America's all about. I ask my colleagues to strongly consider their yes vote and please vote no. We're talking about federal dollars, taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record letters of opposition from the Democracy Defenders Action and Unidos US and the Small Business Majority. All organizations raise concern that the bill will deny small businesses access to critical support.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speaker, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the SBA is supposed to serve American small businesses, full stop. Not just in certain cities, not just when it's politically convenient, but everywhere for everyone. This bill doesn't meet that standard. It will rip support away from small businesses in the economic centers of this country because of the political party that runs their city. It creates disruption, wastes money, and puts politics ahead of supporting the American economy. Politicians love to say that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. So I ask, why target millions of them by supporting this bill? We should be supporting these businesses, not tearing them down. The entrepreneurs I hear from aren't talking about asking for this. They're asking for better access to capital, more outreach, and a stable SBA that is there when they need it. This bill moves us in the wrong direction. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 458. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to direct the administrator of the Small Business Administration to relocate certain offices of the Small Business Administration in sanctuary jurisdictions and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Cisneros of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2931 to the Committee on Small Business.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes, noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 458, I call up H.R. 2987 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 79, H.R. 2987, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a limit on the number of small businesses, lending companies, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Small Business, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Small Business or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed. Is recognized.
Okay. I rise today in support of H.R. 2987.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today. You ready? Okay. I rise today in support of H.R. 2987, the CEASE Act, introduced by Representative Bresnahan. This bill is simply a reversal of an irresponsible change made by the Biden administration's SBA, which raised concerns on both sides of the aisle. Unlike traditional community banks, small business lending companies, or SBLCs, are regulated by the SBA. Historically, the SBA recognized that they had finite resources to conduct oversight of the SBLCs, reinforcing the need for a cap on the number of SBLCs. Now, despite this, the 2023, the Biden administration lifted the 40-year moratorium on licensing the SBLCs to participate in its flagship 7A program, a government-backed lending program. Now, the SBA heard concerns from members from both chambers and on both sides of the aisle. Even the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez, said earlier this week during the Rules Committee hearing that she was one of the first to raise questions about the SBA lifted the licensing moratorium. Biden's SBA hid behind promises of lender oversight and stronger borrower protection, yet still awarded a license to an unqualified entity. This entity, which was seeking to sell its business when it was rewarded a license, ultimately surrendered its license before it could even make a 7A loan. So this legislation puts the guardrails back and restores integrity to the 7-8 program, ensuring taxpayer dollars are safe. I'm confident that the 16 SBLCs can and will be overseen effectively under Administrator Loeffler's leadership. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 2987, the so-called Capping Excessive Awarding of SBLC Entrance Act, or the CEASE Act. This bill will impose a permanent statutory cap on the number of small business lending company, or SBLC, licenses the SBA can issue, limiting them to just 16. While I understand and share some of the concerns raised about how the SBA has handled oversight of these licenses. I cannot support legislation that is rushed, vague, and potentially harmful to the very businesses we are supposed to be helping. Let's take a step back. For more than 40 years, the SBA maintained a moratorium on new SBLC licenses, citing a lack of resources to properly supervise new entrants. That changed in 2023, when the agency finalized a new rule lifting the moratorium and began issuing additional licenses to expand participation in the 7(a) loan program. The goal was to help fill lending gaps, particularly in underserved communities that have historically struggled to access capital. That is a goal that I support, but I also believe it should be done carefully with the right oversight in place. I raised questions about the SBA's rollout of this policy when it first proposed the rule. I flagged concerns about whether the agency had the capacity to supervise these lenders effectively, and I called for transparency and clarity every step of the way. So I am not here to defend the SBA process blindly, but HR 2987 doesn't actually fix the oversight issues. It just slaps an arbitrary cap on the program without addressing the real questions: how to improve accountability, how to expand access responsibly, and how to ensure these programs are helping the businesses that need it the most. What is worse, the bill is completely silent on how this cap would apply to the Community Advantage Program, a critical SBA initiative that helps make smaller dollar loans available to startups, veterans, rural entrepreneurs, and other underserved borrowers. Since being transitioned into the SBLC framework, Community Advantage lenders have continued to show strong results. Last year alone, the program issued over 1,100 loans worth nearly $200 million, with an average loan size of just $175,000. These are the kinds of loans that traditional banks often will not make because they are not profitable, but they are exactly what many small businesses need to get off the ground. By leaving out an exemption for mission-based C8 lenders from the cap, this bill opened the door for this or a future administration to freeze new licenses or even eliminate the CA SBLCs altogether. That is a concern we have heard directly from lenders, community organizations, and small business advocates around the country. These are the very lenders we rely on to help target PPP assistance to the smallest of small businesses during the global pandemic. They met the moment for many small employers in our communities who were locked out of the first rounds of PPP assistance. At a time when small businesses are facing rising costs, tariff uncertainty, and tightening credit, Congress should be doing everything it can to expand access to capital, not pulling back on programs that are actually working. That is why I cannot support this bill in its current form. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I yield to Representative Bresnahan from the great state of Pennsylvania, such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill, the Capping Excessive Awarding of SBLC Entrance Act, or the CEASE Act, restores a vital piece of integrity to the flagship SBA 7(a) loan program. The Small Business Administration is authorized to issue government-backed 7(a) loans through certified depository institutions like banks, credit unions, as well as certified non-bank lenders like fintech companies. Unlike certified depository institutions, whose primary regulator is the Federal Reserve, the non-bank SBLCs are primarily regulated by the SBA, meaning they are not subject to the same regulations and requirements. Together, the limited number of SBLCs and prudent lending standards that are used to be in place at the SBA were necessary guardrails to ensure the 7A program remained zero subsidy, costing taxpayers $0. The SBA had its own concerns that it did not have the oversight capabilities to monitor and regulate an unlimited number of SBLCs, yet the Biden-Harris administration sought to expand the number of SBLC licenses while also lowering lending standards and loosening underwriting criteria in the 7A program. The previous administration did this even though those SBLCs facilitated massive fraud of the Paycheck Protection Program. Expanding SBLC's licenses when the SBA itself acknowledged that it is unequipped to regulate additional for-profit non-bank lenders is problematic. That is why my legislation is so important, to ensure the SBA is not adding excessive SBLCs that it cannot properly regulate. We cannot continue giving the federal government ways to abuse taxpayer dollars. I thank the Trump administration for taking swift action and returning prudent lending standards to the 7A program. Combined with the CSAC, those efforts will return the SBA to its proper oversight capabilities and ensure that federally regulated lenders, such as community banks, remain a fundamental pillar of 7A lending. The bill was thoughtfully drafted to encompass the original 14 SBLCs and 2 additional SBLCs licensed in 2024 after the Biden-era rule changed. No existing SBLC licenses would be revoked as part of this bill. I thank the great members and staff of the Small Business Committee for working with me for bringing this bill to the House floor today. I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this practical and sensible piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Velasquez. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss H.R. 2987, the CEAS Act, which would place a statutory moratorium on the number of small business lending company licenses that can be issued by the U.S. Small Business Administration. What does this bill do? Cap the number of SBA 7A non-bank lenders who can give loans to America's small businesses, a reasonable endeavor that could have generated bipartisan support had there been any effort by the majority to engage in a thoughtful discussion with us. Since there was no such engagement, this bill does nothing to protect the hugely successful Community Advantage program. Community Advantage small business lending companies provide loans to small businesses located in underserved and rural communities, to new businesses, and to veteran-owned small businesses. For far too long, far too many people in our country have not been able to access capital and participate in the American dream of starting a business, creating jobs, and growing our economy. The Small Business Administration plays a critical role in providing capital to our small businesses. The Community Advantage program has a demonstrated track record of helping entrepreneurs who face higher barriers to accessing capital grow and scale their businesses. And this is exactly what we should be doing, opening more doors for more Americans to start a business, create jobs in their community, and strengthen their local economy. So my question to my Republican colleagues is, without providing protections for Community Advantage small business lending companies in the text of this bill, are you suggesting we eliminate this crucial program? Why would you threaten to remove a way for veteran-owned small businesses to access capital? What is your message to American entrepreneurs looking to access that first loan that could help turn their best ideas into a new small business? And let's just take a step back here. Right now, small businesses across the country are ringing the alarm bell, saying that the tariff wars are going to put them out of business in a matter of weeks or months. Just this past week, we heard from Minnesota's Small Business Person of the Year, given the award by the Trump administration, who says she has 6 weeks until she goes out of business. These are successful small businesses that were thriving, growing, expanding, until President Trump started this completely unnecessary, completely chaotic trade war, setting exorbitant tariffs as high as 145%, changing policies haphazardly, at times literally by the hour. No one can run a business with that level of uncertainty, and our small businesses are getting hit the hardest. They can't plan for the future. They don't have the luxury of time. The threat is here right now. And they certainly don't have the resources to personally lobby the president like the massive tech companies that got exemptions did. President Trump's so-called tariff policy is literally killing our small businesses. And Congress has the power to stop it. Article 1 of the Constitution, it's right there. Congress has the power to levy tariffs. But what is the Republican majority doing? Ceding all their power to this president and completely disregarding their constitutional duty and the outcries from small business owners who are warning us they will have to close their doors in a matter of weeks if this tariff war doesn't end. The 3 bills the Republicans are choosing to bring to the floor this week have nothing to do with the existential threat that these tariffs are posing to our nation's small businesses. The lack of courage to stand up for our nation's small businesses, to stand by and watch their downfall, is shameful. We should be passing legislation to end this tariff war and save our small businesses. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentle lady from California, Ms. Chu.
Ms. Chu is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2987, the SEIZE Act, because it has the potential to harm our nation's most underserved small businesses. This bill would cap the number of small business lending companies, or SBLC licenses, that the SBA can issue at its current level of 16 licenses. These licenses enable lenders to make loans of up to $5 million to small businesses that we know often struggle to secure financing from traditional banks. If Republicans want to find a solution to bipartisan concerns about SBA's capacity to oversee an increased number of licenses, Democrats would have been happy to work together on this. But unfortunately, this bill fails to address our serious concerns about how it could devastate opportunities for capital access for the small businesses that need SBA's help the most. Specifically, this bill is completely silent about how this cap on licenses would impact community advantage SBLCs. We know that one of small businesses' greatest challenges is obtaining access to financial capital. And for over a decade now, the Community Advantage Program has been helping close this funding gap for underserved businesses who face this challenge disproportionately, like rural, veteran, and low-income small business owners. I will never forget visiting one of these businesses in Santa Monica, California. It was a salad-based restaurant owned by 2 young Hispanic men who had this dream of expanding their restaurant. But they were turned away by every traditional bank due to a lack of assets and credit history. Finally, they were able to get a $250,000 Community Advantage loan, and now they have 6 of these restaurants. It was a relatively modest sum, but $250,000 was what it took to make these small business owners successful. And that is why I have long believed in Community Advantage. But it was operating only as a pilot program, and that is why I sponsored a bill to make it permanent. This bipartisan bill has passed out of the House, but the Senate did not take it up. Great relief, however, came in 2023 when the SBA established by rule the Community Advantage SBLC program to provide long-term assurance for the program and lenders. Since then, there's been great progress. 143 lenders have registered as Community Advantage SBLCs, and in 2024 alone, these lenders have already issued 1,100 loans totaling $196 million to the most underserved small businesses with an average loan size of $160,000. Congress needs to build on these efforts by providing statutory permanency for Community Advantage. But the bill before us today goes in the opposite direction, potentially threatening the future of Community Advantage SBLCs because it makes no mention of how these licenses would be impacted by the statutory cap. Congress must ensure that our most underserved small businesses have the resources they need to not just survive, but to grow. That's why I will reintroduce the Community Advantage Loan Program Act, which will give permanent authorization to this program. I urge my colleagues to support our nation's veteran, rural, and low-income entrepreneurs by voting no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am not opposed to oversight. I am not opposed to having a real conversation about the future of SBA programs, but I am opposed to legislation that leaves key questions unanswered and puts proven programs in jeopardy. The Community Advantage Program and the CA SBLCs have been a lifeline for thousands of small businesses, particularly in rural areas and for unbanked businesses. They fill the gap that traditional lenders and larger 7(a) lenders want. Small and new businesses often require small dollar loans, not million-dollar loans. They simply need enough capital to get their business off the ground or finance modest expansions. That is why the CA SBLC lenders are so critical to growing our small business ecosystem. The CA lenders have had bipartisan support for years. So why are my colleagues so afraid to include a provision of congressional intent to protect them from the cap? I just don't get it. You know, the Small Business Committee have always worked in a bipartisan manner. And here we are, a proven program that have had bipartisan support, and the Republicans, with this legislation, will put an end to CA-SBLC. We should be working together to support and expand the CA-SBLC program, not passing vague bills that threaten to cut it off. At a time when small businesses need more capital, more support, and more stability, this bill moves us in the wrong direction. In sum, I oppose H.R. 2987 because it will not protect the Community Advantage Program, which has a solid track record of providing smaller dollar loans to thousands of women, veterans, rural, and underserved entrepreneurs. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permit, I will have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment will ensure the requirements of the bill shall not apply to Community Advantage SBLC, and two, prohibits implementation of the bill until the administrator certifies to Congress that 7(a) loan originations will not decrease to unbanked small business borrowers operating in rural or low-income markets. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and vote no on H.R. 2987. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 458, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a limit on the number of small business lending companies and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Velazquez of New York moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 2987, to the Committee on Small Business.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
The gentlewoman is recognized. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: the motion to recommit H.R. 2931, passage of H.R. 2931 if ordered, the motion to recommit H.R. 2987, and passage of H.R. 2987 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the motion on agreeing to the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2931 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2931 offered by Mr. Cisneros of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 210. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is not passed, and without objection. For what purpose does the gentle lady?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentle lady seek recognition? Say it again.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. this vote, the 8 yeas are...
Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 199. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2987, offered by the gentleman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2987, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 212. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair,
I ask for the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Thank you. Vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 198. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
In order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today alongside my colleagues in the Washington delegation, devastated at the tragic loss of Peyton Evelyn. Devastated at the tragic loss of Peyton Evelyn and Olivia Decker from Wenatchee, Washington. Last weekend, these little girls, ages 9, 8, and 5, were reported missing when their father failed to bring them home following a scheduled visit. And over the next few days, we all hoped and prayed for the best, that they would be found safe and well and returned to their mother. But then we all learned the horrific news that they had been murdered. And like so many, and I just heard it out there, I was heartbroken. These girls had their whole lives ahead of them with so many possibilities, and we've all lived full lives, and those futures were taken from them. So on Tuesday, hundreds and hundreds of people came to a vigil in Wenatchee to remember these girls, to grieve with their family and with the entire community. And these young girls had brought so much joy to their classrooms and their family and their community, and this is just an unspeakable tragedy for the city of Wenatchee, but I mean, really, it's for everybody standing in this room, including my Washington delegation. So all of our hearts are with their mother and the community and their family and loved ones. And so my sincere thoughts and prayers, all of ours, are with them during this incredibly difficult time. I'm going to yield to my less teary colleague, my Congressman, Dan Newhouse.
Thank you, Ms. Schreier, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to all my friends and colleagues here in the chamber of the House today. As you just heard Tragedy and sorrow fell on Wenatchee, Washington this week with the loss of 3 beautiful young girls, Evelyn, Peyton, and Olivia Decker. I can't believe that many of us here can truly understand the pain that comes to loved ones living through something like this. My colleagues, thank you, because we are here to send our most sincere condolences to their family, to the community, the people of Wenatchee, Washington, as they all mourn this tremendous loss. Today we join the outpouring of support. It truly is amazing that what's happening, that we are seeing back home as community members pay their respects to these 3 young ladies. And we support law enforcement who have committed to employing any resource necessary to bring those responsible to justice for this tragedy. So, and with that, I yield back to Ms. Schreier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a moment of silence. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden, be removed as a co-sponsor from H.R. 3464.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. In order. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Oh, the gentleman suspend. The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 100th anniversary of Bradford Area High School in Bradford, Pennsylvania, a century of shaping minds, building character, and strengthening community. Since its founding, BAHS has educated generations of families, grandparents, parents, and now children walking the same halls, learning from the same dedicated teachers who often return to serve their own alma mater. It's not just school, it's a legacy. Recently, the community came together to celebrate this proud history. Alumni joined current students in the auditorium to perform the school's fight song, Bridging the Past and Present in Harmony. Displays throughout the school showcased 100 years of photos, uniforms, and memories, alongside a 1926 time capsule containing a Bible, a local newspaper, and a silver peace dollar. Mr. Speaker, Bradford Area High School is more than just a structure. It's a pillar of the community, and it will continue to shape future generations for the next 100 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I recognize the 50th anniversary of the Santa Cruz Pride Parade, one of the oldest pride events in the nation and the first of any small American city. Since 1975, Santa Cruz Pride embodies the spirit of resistance and persistence, and even though it was California, back then it was just a small gathering of a few brave and determined people standing in solidarity. Today, like we saw this past weekend, Santa Cruz Pride is a multi-day, community-wide event that brings together thousands in the celebration of Pride. But as we celebrate, we also appreciate and commemorate that we stand on the shoulders of those who got us here. And it is with that realization that we are reinvigorated in our push for equal rights. See, we in Santa Cruz and throughout the 19th Congressional District of California understand that pride is more than just about flags and parades. It's also about creating policies, putting in place protections, and the persistence of a community to achieve equality. Yes, we are proud of the past 50 years of Santa Cruz Pride, but we are also now determined, now more than ever, to continue our march forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yep. Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor the life of my friend John Thrasher, who passed away May 30th, 2025. John was a decorated veteran, devoted family man, and a great public servant. Few have given more to Florida. He went from Clay County School Board to Speaker of the House to serving in the State Senate and President of Florida State University. He was a leader, and he was known for it. After Republicans gained control of the Florida House, after 122 years of nothing, we ushered in a new era of common sense, principled leadership. And that legacy lives on today through the lives he touched, the institutions he strengthened, and the honors he earned. John Thrasher is a life that's a testament to the spirit, principle, service, patriotism. He will be missed. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the exceptional sheriffs of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. It was a privilege to engage with such dedicated leaders as we address the pressing issues facing Eastern North Carolina. Our discussion on automatic license plate recognition cameras and innovative strategies for recruitment and retention in rural communities were both insightful and inspiring. We are confronted with significant challenges, including the threat of illegal drugs, outdated detention centers, and issues facing juveniles. The sheriffs underscored the importance of regional collaboration, emphasizing how sharing resources, intelligence, and support across county lines can enhance community safety. I extend my sincere gratitude to Sheriff Curtis Brame of Vance County, Sheriff Robert Fountain Jr. of Granville County, Sheriff John Branch of Warren County, and Sheriff Cleo Atkinson Jr. of Edgecombe County for their participation. We also acknowledge the invaluable leadership and partnership of all of our sheriffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Western Conference champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The season has been nothing short of meteoric, making this Thunder team the youngest in NBA history to reach the finals. They are led by their coach, Mark Dagnall, and all-star players like this year's most valuable player, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams. The Thunder's historic season, the best in franchise history, also featured 54 games being won by double digits, the most in NBA history. The ownership team and general manager Sam Presti have done a remarkable job of putting together a group of superstars who are focused on winning together as a team. In the words of Kobe Bryant, the job's not finished. Let's bring the Larry O'Brien Trophy to Oklahoma City. I know I speak for the entire state of Oklahoma when I say Thunder up. That, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gun violence is a scourge that has plagued the United States for far too long. We have witnessed tragedy after tragedy, and the only thing that ever seems to happen is gun restrictions are loosened even further. 6 years ago in my home state of Ohio, there was a mass shooting at a bar in Dayton. Nearly 30 people were injured and 10 were killed by a man with a gun that he was able to legally modify through loopholes in our gun laws. Hundreds of people attended a vigil for the victims of this deadly attack and demanded we do something. In response, the governor of Ohio signed a permitless carry legislation allowing individuals to carry concealed firearms without a permit. Last year, 25-year-old Megan Kelman, a young woman in my district, was shot and killed in a Taco Bell drive-thru. She was picking up dinner for her family. Why did Megan Kelman have to die that day? The system failed her. The killer should have never had a gun. So again, why did Megan Kelman have to die that day? She didn't. And maybe if there were less cowardly people in office, Megan would be alive, living out her path to serve and help other people. Her family is working to make sure that there is change and to secure her legacy. But we have a duty as public servants to keep our communities safe. But the inaction on gun violence is killing innocent Americans. We can and must pass common sense gun safety legislation to bolster background checks and ban dangerous assault weapons. The people of Ohio's 13th Congressional District sent me here to do something about gun violence in our communities, and that's exactly what I intend to do. This is Gun Violence Awareness Month, and this month and every other day, I mourn the lives of the countless people who have lost their lives to senseless gun violence and those that they have left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, every American has felt the pain of inflation, and this financial strain has hit working families particularly hard. Large price increases set back millions of parents, forcing them to dig into their savings and even go into debt sometimes just to pay their bills. That's why, as a part of budget reconciliation, we passed legislative language to permanently increase the child tax credit, index it to inflation, and add a $500 increase, bringing the total tax credit to $2,500. Changes to the tax code, including expanding the child tax credit, will help save the average family more than $1,300 a year. It's time to deliver real tax relief for working families that they so desperately need. I call on my colleagues in the Senate to protect these provisions to make sure that we're helping working families and after 4 years of rising costs, finally deliver parents the relief that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if you stood outside the St. Louis Job Corps Center last week, you saw what happens when cruelty becomes policy. You saw students being escorted off campus, bags in hand, dreams on hold. Grandparents crying because their grandkids had finally found something that gave them a shot and now it's gone. In St. Louis, that's over 200 students who are impacted. Job Corps is exactly the kind of program we should all agree on. It gives young people the tools to succeed, real skills, real credentials, real jobs. It reduces crime, increases employment, and pays off for taxpayers in the long run. This wasn't a budget choice, this was a values choice. And it tells our young people, your future doesn't matter. Not if you're working class, not if you're black or brown, not if you come from a zip code, that doesn't matter. But I rise today because Job Corps works. It changes lives, and there's no defense, none at all, for ripping that away from students. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Question, yes, permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a truly outstanding man,
a man who served all of the people of Florida honorably, with wisdom and admirable class. My dear friend John Thrasher passed away on May 30th at the age of 81. John Thrasher was a highly decorated soldier, Speaker of the Florida House, a Florida Senator, President of Florida State University, father of the Florida State University Medical School, and one of the most gifted men I ever worked with. Most importantly, he was an honorable man who made it his life's mission to serve others. It was he who introduced me to the importance of advocacy in Washington and in Tallahassee. He exemplified great leadership and great service to all around him. He was loved and respected throughout Florida, and we will all miss his wisdom and his company. It was an honor to know John, and as we mourn his loss, I'd like you to keep his wife, Jean, and their family in our prayers. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because the Republicans' budget scheme pushed through in the middle of the night last month is putting school meals for hungry kids and food assistance for working families at risk. A constituent of mine, Martha from Somersworth, is raising her 15-year-old grandson and battling breast cancer while living on a fixed income. Without SNAP, she wouldn't be able to keep food on the table. Another constituent, Catherine, is a veteran from Manchester who has type 2 diabetes. She wouldn't be able to afford the diet she needs to keep herself healthy without SNAP, and fears losing her benefits could put her life at risk if she's unable to manage her blood sugar. And people across my district, from Newmarket to Guilford, tell me they wouldn't be able to afford groceries without some help. It's a betrayal of working families for Republicans to take away food so they can give tax breaks to billionaires. We must continue speaking out against these cuts and doing everything we can to stop a reckless, cruel budget from moving forward. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the victory of the Grand Junction High School Knowledge Bowl team in the 2025 Colorado State Championship. This marks the school's 26th state title and its second consecutive win of the Governor's Cup. Competing against 60 teams from across Colorado, the team earned top honors in both the 4A classification and the overall Governor's Cup. This accomplishment confirms Grand Junction High School's standing as the leading academic team in the state of Colorado. As a former member of this team, I can speak to the dedication, teamwork, and intellectual discipline required to succeed in this competition. The Knowledge Bowl challenges students in a broad range of subjects, including mathematics, science, literature, and history. It demands academic skill, focus, collaboration, and resilience. The team members and their coaches have achieved something exceptional. Their success reflects the strength of their preparation and sets a powerful example of academic excellence for communities across Colorado. Congratulations, GJHS Tigers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Purposes, gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow marks the 81st anniversary of D-Day, a unique mission that took months of planning and turned the tide of World War II. America's military, working with Canada and our European allies, made the difference that day, beginning the liberation of France. 81 years later, another European country is fighting off an invasion by an aggressor. The Ukrainians have fought valiantly, with thousands giving their lives to protect freedom and democracy. They have proven to be strong fighters, creative in the art of war. The assault over the weekend on Russia's bombing fleet is a modern marvel. They are capable of defeating Russian aggression and remaining a free nation only if they have sufficient support from their allies. It is all the more concerning that today President Trump said it may be better to let Ukraine and Russia fight for a while before pulling them apart, like children in a schoolyard. Ukraine and its people don't have that time. This war must end. With D-Day on our mind, we must commit more assistance to Ukraine and defend democracy before it is too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 65th anniversary of the Meals on Wheels program led by Senior Citizens, Inc. in Savannah, Georgia. For 65 years, this program has provided thousands of nutritious meals and vital daily contact with elderly, homebound adults. This year, to celebrate the milestone, Senior Citizens, Inc. partnered with local chefs, including James Beard Award winner Chef Bailey. Chef Bailey assisted in crafting special gourmet meals as a tribute to the people they serve. Meals on Wheels delivers care, compassion, and peace of mind to families in Savannah and beyond. The partnership reflects the power of community engagement and shows what is possible when local organizations and volunteers work together to lift others. I thank Senior Citizens, Inc., Meals on Wheels, and Chef Bailey for their initiative and congratulate them on the anniversary of this most important service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, since its founding, the Valavan Tamil Academy, or VTA, has played a vital role in teaching the Tamil language to children in Virginia. Tamil, one of the world's oldest languages, is spoken by over 80 million people globally, including 360,000 Americans. And this past weekend marked a major milestone, the VTA's 15th annual day celebration. I was honored to join students, families, and community leaders to celebrate and recognize the work that has been done to educate the next generation on Tamil history. So congratulations to the Valavan Tamil Academy, and thank you for all that you do for our community in Virginia. I'm looking forward to working together for many years to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Oh, sorry. I just saw you there. Sorry, Mike, missed you. What purpose does a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Sergeant Stephen Wiggins, a Vero Beach native and Vietnam hero, who was recently awarded the Army Commendation Medal for his past service this past Memorial Day, 57 years after making the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. In 1967, Sergeant Wiggins was drafted into the United States Army and quickly rose to the rank of sergeant and tank commander. Sergeant Wiggins was a lead in combat control during the Tet offenses when his unit encountered an obstacle. Acting quickly, he directed his track through a nearby gap, exposing a hidden enemy ambush and drawing heavy fire. The 4-hour firefight claimed 10 American lives, including Wiggins, whose bravery saved many others. I'm proud to be part of a recent ceremony honoring his legacy and his bravery to the American public. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to place in today's congressional record the virtuous life of a truly beloved woman and patriotic citizen of Toledo, Ohio, Mrs. Teresa Naumann. What an exemplary life she embodied. Teresa was a treasured family friend, and her son Jimmy, who preceded her in death, was a baseball buddy and classmate of my dear brother, Steve. She enjoyed numerous friends and held tight to memories of those precious days of youth when her husband Bill was the team coach of the Little Flower baseball team. Jimmy hit the line drives as my pitcher brother, Steve, sported the number 9. What a legacy Teresa built as dedicated wife, mother, sister, working woman for General Mills, a joyous grandmother, great-grandmother, aunt, and friend. At 94, having survived the death of her beloved husband for whom she cared religiously, she remained beautiful, gracious, kind, intelligent, involved, and devout. A woman whose smile lit up the room. She drew people to her with her welcoming manner. She and her Marine veteran husband, William, were married for 67 years until his passing, and they nurtured youth in their church, Little Flower Roman Catholic Church in Toledo, Ohio. Always generous, she requested in lieu of flowers, memorial donations be made to the James E. Naumann Athletic Fund at Little Flower Church or to a charity of the donor's choice. Teresa's presence will never be forgotten for the thousands of good deeds she did as a matter of daily life. Our nation needs more lives modeled on that of Teresa Naumann. Kind, constructive, joyous, and persevering. May the angels carry her to a place of comfort and joy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a dear friend and true trailblazer, Robert S. Crampton, who passed away peacefully at the age of 95. Robert was a man of wisdom, quiet strength, and action. He served in the U.S. Army, worked with the Austin Police Department, and spent his life building up the people and communities around him. He helped construct satellite stations during the space race. He taught generations of students in Guam and here in the United States as well. And quite literally, he blazed trails across southwest Missouri. Through the nonprofit that he co-founded, Volunteers for Outdoor Missouri, Robert led volunteers in building and maintaining hiking trails that thousands now enjoy, including the nature trail at Lake Springfield. He believed in community, hard work, and the power of education to change lives. Robert lived his life by a simple but powerful truth. It is a choice to have a good day. And he made that choice every day, serving others with humility, humor, and heart. To his wife, Ann, and the Crampton family, thank you for sharing Robert with us. His legacy lives on in every step that we take down the paths that he forged. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker for recognizing me to ask unanimous consent that additional extraneous materials be placed in the record, the obituary of Mrs. Naumann.
Without objection. Gentlewoman from Hawaii. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Objection. The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Trump administration's abrupt, unjustified attempt to close Job Corps centers nationwide. I've been to the Job Corps graduation on Maui. I've looked into the eyes of students whose lives were changed. I've walked the grounds of the Waimanalo campus, where young people, many of whom had nowhere else to turn, found a path to a good job and a better life. These are not statistics. These are real people, and they deserve better than to be abandoned by a system that was supposed to lift them up. A mother in Hilo wrote to me and shared that no amount of mental health help was able to save her son. Only Job Corps, she told me. Please save my son. Please help save Job Corps. Today, I rise not just for policy, but for people. Every young person in Hawaii and across this country just needs a chance. We must not turn our backs on them now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Baldwin Park police officer Samuel Riveros, who lost his life in the line of duty while attempting to rescue a fellow officer. Known for his infectious smile, love of the Dodgers, and snowboarding, Officer Riveros served in the Baldwin Park Police Department for over 8 years and was a member of the SWAT team. Officer Riveros' absence leaves a wake of grief that will only be tempered by time, never to subside. However, amidst our sorrow, may we find solace in his courage, character, and the oath he kept until the end. Officer Riveros' legacy as a hero will live on in the hearts and minds of the Baldwin Park community and the 31st Congressional District. This devastating event also claimed the life of Darius Wong, a resident of Hacienda Heights and a beloved son, brother, husband, and father. Both of these men should still be here, and it breaks my heart that their lives were cut so short from this disgusting act of cruelty. Let us keep them and their families in our thoughts. May they rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise and extend if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because we are witnessing a tragic breakup between a Nazi-saluting billionaire and the President of the United States. Elon Musk has decided to call it quits after President Trump and congressional Republicans moved to eliminate a tax credit that would have benefited Musk under the so-called Big, Beautiful Bill. To be completely honest, I agree with both sides on this. I agree that Trump should start to question Elon's federal contracts, and I agree with Musk that the Big, Beautiful Bill is an abomination. I'm curious to see whom my Republican colleagues will choose in this breakup, because unfortunately for them, they have pledged undying allegiance to either directly or indirectly to both of these men. They turned a blind eye as Musk was handed the keys to the government, enabling him to disable, or rather dismantle, probably both, programs everyday Americans depend on. They stood by Trump through everything he's done, and now we'll see if that support falters. The American people deserve much better than the drama playing out between these two men, and it's time my Republican colleagues recognize this. And at long last, let's work together to focus on the real issues facing our beloved nation.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
First of all, due to when I was, pushed back to start this, my speech will go a little less than 10 minutes if anybody's planning around it. I'd like to talk a little bit about the big bill that we just passed and some provisions that should be monitored as we work our way not only through the big reconciliation bill, but through the appropriation bills as well. First of all, I think it's important that the public and the press corps pay attention to what becomes of the low-income housing tax credits in this bill. I was was brought to my attention, the low-income tax credits, when I attended part of a seminar in which the speaker was bragging about how much money developers could make off these low-income housing tax credits. The credits give a developer 10% of their value of their project over a 9-year period. There's a time value of money, but even taking into account the time value of money, it means the government pays for 70% of the cost of a project. If we felt there was a shortage of anything else in this society, we would never say the answer is to give a business 70% of the cost of their product so that they would produce more. Then, in a related comment on the low-income tax credit, once you say the government's going to pay for 70% of these housing projects, it results in overspending on the part of the developer. These projects have in California sometimes cost $800,000 or almost $900,000 per unit. That's not the norm, but think of it. The government pays somebody 70% of the cost of a building. Is it surprising that these people don't put marble countertops in? Is it even surprising that it costs $800,000 or $900,000 per unit? How in the world, under any circumstances, in a budget in which the government is borrowing 26% of the amount of federal spending, could we, under any circumstances, allow this program to continue? Nevertheless, it not only continues, but the House of Representatives, for some reason, decided to increase the amount of money in these credits. I also think it encourages a little bit of questionable behavior there, because, of course, there's always going to be more demand for these credits because so much money can be made off them. And because there's so much demand, I think sometimes on a state level when they dole out these credits, the credits go to a politically favored class. It obviously encourages developers to curry favor with politicians who may directly or indirectly determine who gets these projects. I hope our sleeping press corps pays attention as to what becomes of this program as it works its way through the process. Right now, we are spending about $12.5 billion a year on low-income housing tax credits. I want to point out that low income is in the title, but well over half the people who live in these buildings are not subject to low-income qualifications. And even if you are technically low income, you could have unlimited assets as well. So in any event, I really think in all my year in public life, the most questionable program I've ever come across is the low-income housing tax credit. Politicians, or the press corps likes to run down politicians. Here's something they ought to be run down for, so I hope they pay a little more attention. The next thing I'd like to point out is what the Republicans do with the SALT deduction. There are a variety of changes in the tax code that we could make that would affect people's behavior. Because tax rates are so high, any change in the tax code affects people's behavior. Some people feel we ought to make reductions to encourage more research and development. Other people feel that I feel we ought to increase the personal exemption to give a special benefit to people that have more children. Some people just feel we should have an across-the-board cut and not influence one behavior or other. But there is a small group of people in this building who apparently feel the number one problem we have is that state and local taxes are not high enough. And they want to bring back a deduction for state and local taxes. Now, right now we have a low deduction in there, so they're aiming things at not the poor or middle class. They're really aiming things at the well-off people and encouraging governments like California and especially New York to raise their taxes. I recently on the radio was listening to a guy who I believe is running for governor there, and he wants to raise the income tax in New York to 11%. Well, it's not surprising then, I'm sure, that people like this person who wants to dramatically increase the income taxes in New York would want those taxes to be tax deductible. Why a Republican would want to do that, I'm not sure, but I think it's something we wanted to talk a little bit more about. The next area that's going to be working its way that is affected indirectly by the great big beautiful bill, but will be more directly impacted by the appropriation bills that follow, is what happens with the Department of Defense. Right now, we have close to 900,000 employees who are not uniformed in the Department of Defense. 900,000. I think one of the great things DOGE did is exposed how hard or not hard some of those employees are working. We will see what happens with the overall defense budget and whether Congress is willing to take the step forward and say, maybe we don't need 900,000 employees in the Department of Defense who are non-uniformed. The other thing in the Department of Defense we can look at is Pete Hegseth, who I think is going to be a great Secretary of Defense, has pointed out that he feels in today's world aircraft carriers are maybe not entirely obsolete, but are not as valuable as they were 30 years ago. And that should be obvious from what happened over the weekend when Ukraine used drones to wipe out some aircraft thousands of miles away in the Soviet Union, showing that the nature of warfare is changing rapidly. Our defense budget should change rapidly with it. Mr. Hegseth has said we're going to use less combat troops, and we certainly need a lot less non-combat troops. But he has implied that he feels aircraft carriers are becoming a little bit obsolete. We right now have 11 aircraft carriers. We have 3 more under construction to replace the current aircraft carriers. I think we have to protect our electric grid. I think we have to protect ourselves against hypersonic missiles. I think Israel's doing a good job at that. But we have to prepare for the next war, not prepare to refight World War II. And I think it's important for our press corps to publicize people who talk about the new type of munitions, the new type of armaments we're going to need in a new war. And given that we are so entirely broke and that 26% of our budget is borrowed, we have to make sure now more than ever that our defense dollars are spent wisely and not on things that, to a certain extent, are a little bit outdated. I hope the press covers as to whether we still need 11 aircraft carriers, and asks Pete Hegseth if he still believes that they are overrated, because in today's world with hypersonic missiles and with drones, as the Russians found out, big stationary things, even temporary stationary things, are sitting ducks. Looking at the clock here, I think I should probably not deal with my other issues, so I will stop speaking. I believe we have somebody else ready to go, so thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition to speak tonight. Before I begin, I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak about Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, and the deadly and devastating consequences of their illegal actions, which will reverberate long after they are gone. And the theme of today's special order hour is that the Musk is gone, but the stench remains. Elon Musk supposedly has left the federal government. I just want to remind people that when President Trump issued his executive order creating the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, and appointing Elon Musk in the role related to DOGE, DOGE was created as a temporary organization, and Elon Musk was appointed as a special government employee, and this was to avoid having any kind of Senate confirmation of either this congressional creation of the agency or any confirmation of Elon Musk. And I want to remind folks that this entire time that Elon Musk was in office or as a federal employee, he was in fact exercising powers that were far greater than any special government employee would be allowed to have, exercising powers that would be at the highest levels of government, higher than an agency or department head, and in fact exerting powers that even the president himself does not hold. He violated the law every single day he was in Congress. He violated the law every single day he was a special government employee. DOGE employees continue to remain today. So even though Elon Musk is gone, there are something like 100 or more DOGE special governmental employees and other employees scattered around the federal government that are in position to continue the wreckage that Elon Musk created. Now, I know that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have created a lot of news with their catfighting earlier today, but I just want to remind folks again that the damage Elon Musk did is going to take a long time to repair, and what he did essentially was try to upend the Constitution. Elon Musk, as a special government employee, purported to be able to undo acts of Congress, to illegally impound funds that Congress had appropriated, to undo laws we had created, to undo agencies we'd created. And there's a long list of stuff that he did, that DOGE did, including illegally deleting or ending the Department of Education, ditto with the U.S. AID, the U.S. Institute for Peace, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Importantly, most of these were institutions created through acts of Congress, funded with appropriations authorized by Congress, and even my children know that the Constitution is clear on this point. Congress, and only Congress, has the power to enact laws. Congress, and only Congress, has the power to appropriate funds. It's very clear in our Article I authorities. And so the President does not have the authority to try to undo our laws or to impound funds that we've appropriated. And certainly a special government employee like Elon Musk does not have that authority. And so this was about a core tenet of the Constitution of the United States that every single one of us in Congress swears to support and defend when we take office. And yet too many on the other side of the aisle during this entire time pretended like this wasn't happening, pretended like Elon Musk was not violating the law every single day. So now he's apparently gone from the federal government, but the mass amount of wreckage that he did during his time with Doge is something that we're going to have to analyze and understand, because there's been a complete lack of oversight from Congress, including from the Oversight Committee that I sit on, over these past few months. There have been reports that Elon Musk and Doge were given complete God-level access to the federal government's top systems, including private and sensitive data for all Americans, classified information, budget information, payment systems, etc. From a conflict of interest standpoint, Elon Musk has vacuumed up many billions of dollars in federal contracts for his companies and enriched himself. Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink have all profited under Musk's time as a federal employee. At the same time, he went out of his way to kill several enforcement actions that were underway by different federal agencies against his businesses, allowing his companies and himself to evade oversight. He was able to help place key personnel in agencies that now are looking to benefit his companies financially. Going back to the data privacy point, Elon Musk and Doge have allegedly used Musk's AI chatbot, Grok, within federal agencies. This model has likely been trained on non-public data by incompetent Doge workers, and Doge has also sought access to sensitive government data for millions and millions of Americans, likely violating the Privacy Act of 1974 repeatedly. This is not just a matter of our information being out there, potentially being used by Musk's AI systems in violation of all laws. It's also a major national security concern. Bad actors will now have a much easier time siphoning off U.S. data due to the cybersecurity vulnerabilities that Elon Musk has created. Now, earlier this morning, the Oversight Committee held a hearing on how artificial intelligence has been integrated into the federal government by Elon Musk and Doge. Entrusting Doge with our personal data is not only a terrifying thought, but one that will have terrible consequences for Americans throughout the country. Trying to automate the federal government through AI without a true plan or any data privacy safeguards, while firing ad hoc and haphazardly many of the technology support workers who understood those systems, is going to have a massive negative impact on Americans. And I see here that I have here with me a fellow member. I'll concede in just a few moments, but just wanted to continue by saying that many of my constituents right now are complaining about some of the effects we're already seeing from the haphazard and, again, illegal cuts to personnel made by Elon Musk and Doge, including many who are complaining now that they are having difficulty accessing their Social Security benefits because of the mass cuts in SSA. These are real people that are not getting their benefits. They can't get anyone on the phone when they try to call Social Security. And the reality is that Elon Musk, again, illegally fired a bunch of workers, even though he had no such authority to do so. And again, I want to emphasize that this body, Congress, has refused to engage in any oversight to date over Elon Musk. And the only reason that we may be about to do some right now is because Elon Musk apparently is in a tit-for-tat with Donald Trump. And so I suspect some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will finally wake up to some of the wrongdoing, some of the illegal actions that Elon Musk has been engaged in since January 20th. I also want to point out that this has never been about waste, fraud, and abuse, certainly never been about efficiency. You don't eliminate entire agencies and departments, as Elon Musk has done. You don't get rid of 50% of the personnel at Social Security or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency if you're simply trying to improve efficiency and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. This was always about finding enough cuts to try to partially pay for the massive $7 trillion tax cut for billionaires that House Republicans and Donald Trump and Senate Republicans want to pass right now. That is what this is about. And so there was a slash and burn attitude to firing many thousands of federal employees. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees they've attempted to fire, including those at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Department of Labor, and other critical agencies. And we've seen this firing be so haphazard that they've had to hire some of them back, including the decision to fire all the National Nuclear Security Administration personnel responsible for overseeing our U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile, and then having to rehire them once they realized who they'd actually fired. Firing key scientists, pandemic experts as well, and repeatedly miscalculating and misrepresenting the savings that Doge cuts had made to our budget. They've also made the federal government much more bureaucratic and less efficient. I have a burgeoning life sciences industry in my district, lots of companies doing medical devices, innovative drugs, and they have all reported to me that they're deeply concerned about the massive cuts to the Federal Drug Administration, or Food and Drug Administration, because those cuts mean that they can't get anyone on the phone, they can't find people to try to approve their drugs and devices, and that this has created additional red tape and hurdles that have just made it very difficult. A lot of uncertainty right now, and these are companies that, again, are creating thousands and thousands of jobs, providing billions of dollars in collective impact to the Southern California area, and we're seeing this story writ large across the board right now. With that, I want to yield. I guess I will not yield just yet to my colleague, but I want to talk some more about the enormity of DOJ's illegal cuts as well as how they fared in the legal system. Since DOJ was stood up by President Trump and Elon Musk, it has cut something like $6.5 billion for the U.S. Agency for International Development, $502 million for the Department of Education, $232 million from the Social Security Administration, $192 million from the General Services Administration, $173 million from the Department of Agriculture, $152 million from the Department of Health and Human Services, $133 million from the Department of Transportation, $119 million from the Department of Commerce. Now, again, these were not, we didn't have any transparency into what these cuts were justified on, what they were meant to do. These were in addition to the attempts to shutter USAID, the Department of Education, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the U.S. Institute for Peace, and many other critical agencies, departments, and programs. And I will note that the courts have continued to find that these cuts were by and large illegal, that Elon Musk did not have any authority to undo acts of Congress, that Congress and only Congress can shut down agencies that we've created. Congress and only Congress can defund agencies from funds that we had previously appropriated. But with that, I see my colleague, Congresswoman Stansberry, here, and so I will yield to the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee's Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency, Ms. Stansberry.
All right. Well, I want to say thank you to Mr. Min for convening this special order hour. And as we're getting set up here, I know that we've got a poster that we want to get up here. So let me just start out. Do we have a poster here? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Well, Mr. Speaker, breakups are hard. They're really, really hard. And, you know, they're especially hard when they play out in the public eye. And I think anyone would understand that who is online right now and watching the very public breakup of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I mean, if you've watched over the last several days, it's really been an epic breakup for the ages. In fact, I think it's fit for the Real Housewives if you've been watching what's unfolded, even just in the last several hours. In fact, just a couple of hours ago, Elon Musk affirmed a statement about actually impeaching the president. I mean, who would have thought that we'd end up here? Because literally less than a week ago, they were having a bromance in the Oval Office. So it's really just incredible to think about what's happened over the last 72 hours when you think about it. But I think it's important to understand, I mean, you know, Donald Trump is in office as the most powerful human on planet Earth, as the President of the United States, and rather than thinking about balancing the budget, addressing economic freefall, trying to figure out what to do with our foreign adversaries, how to help you, the American people, engaging on the debate on how to save health care for millions of Americans, or making sure our children are fed in the United States and across the world. Instead, he's been so embroiled in the breakup of his bromance with Elon Musk, they've been going hard at each other all day long. So I wanted to take this opportunity while we had it, honestly, to share the tea with all of you. Because I think I mean, we all kind of knew this was coming, right? I mean, we've kind of seen the signs for the last few days, especially the last few weeks. But I don't think that many of us thought it would come in such a dramatic form. So I want to kind of break down and put in the congressional record what's actually transpired over the last 72 hours. Now, I think many of us were shocked when we saw just a couple of days ago when on Tuesday at 1:30, Elon Musk tweeted the following. He said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those of you who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." I mean, really, we were quite shocked. I mean, let's be clear. All 215 Democrats have been saying this for weeks, but obviously things really boiled over for Mr. Musk on Tuesday. Then, just a few minutes later, he followed up with another shot at Donald Trump where he says, "It will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to 2.5 trillion, exclamation point, and burden America's citizens with crushing, unsustainable debt." He went on in the following hours to literally accuse Republicans of making Americans debt slaves. I mean, this is actually what's been unfolding on the internet for the last several days. But this bromance is so messy, you guys. Like, this breakup is messy as all hell, let me tell you. So, okay, y'all know that Thomas Massie, who is a true fiscal conservative, who is pretty much the only Republican in this chamber who stands by his convictions and is not willing to sell out his soul for politics and power, voted against this bill because he read the CBO report and he was not going to go and toe the line for the Republican Party. He knew that Speaker Johnson was not telling the truth about deficit spending. He knew that Donald Trump and his sales pitch was not selling the truth. He knew it was going to cost $2.5 trillion at least. We don't even know what the final cost is going to be. But this love triangle got even messier because both Thomas Massie and Senator Rand Paul got in on the mess here. So we have Thomas Massie here retweeted Elon Musk, and he says, he's right. And we saw just around that same time frame, Senator Rand Paul also got involved. But then, oh my gosh, well, Elon Musk, in a fit of passion, I'm sure, I mean, he dialed it up even further. And he said later in the day here, it looks like it was about 3:32 p.m. on X, it looks like Elon Musk was retweeting what other people were saying about his attacks on the president and this big abomination of a bill. And Elon Musk says, in November of next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. I mean, you guys, we cannot make this up. This is like the real tea that is going on the internet. So, you know, Elon Musk, he dumped almost $300 million on Donald Trump's election, and he even weighed in and was like, yo, bro, you wouldn't even be president and wouldn't have the majority if I hadn't dropped all my dollars on you. And then Elon Musk, this was yesterday afternoon, because this went on all night, right? Like, we were all watching it unfold in real time. And even just a couple hours ago here on this floor, we were all like glued to our phones. We're like, oh man, this lovers quarrel is getting messy. And Elon Musk, around 2:50 p.m. yesterday afternoon, we were in the Doge subcommittee when it happened. He tweeted this. Elon Musk tweets, call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is, all caps, not okay. Kill the bill. And, you know, I appreciate, I'm a 90s kid. He also tweeted a picture of Kill Bill, Quentin Tarantino reference. You know, we all know where you're coming from, Elon. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not a fan. I think we all know that. We've tried to subpoena you several times to come testify in front of the Oversight Committee. You've been giving yourself billions of dollars in contracts. You've been stealing American data. You've been breaking the law with impunity. You know, a couple of people asked me earlier how I felt about what was going on in this lovers' quarrel, and I'm like, you know what? Like, you get mixed up with messy people, you get a messy outcome, and it's very clear that that's exactly what's going on. Now, I think we've all been hearing the rumors here in Washington, the breakup rumors. In fact, I think many of us, even on this floor, on both the Democratic and the Republican side, have heard the rumors that Donald Trump was getting frustrated with Elon, that he wanted to be on the helicopter all the time. And, you know, he was like following him around, going to Mar-a-Lago, and showing up to these cabinet meetings and throwing all his money around and all that stuff. And in fact, in response to all the drama, Donald Trump fired back on Truth Social. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, exclamation point. And he just went, all caps, crazy. I mean, you guys, this is getting out of hand. This is really, really, really getting out of hand. So then Donald Trump, I mean, really, this is just the, tip of the iceberg, because what else does like the leader of the free world have to do all day? I mean, he could try to end wars in the Middle East. He could try to negotiate peace deals in Europe. Oh, wait, no, actually, he's cutting funding for NATO. Sorry, I forgot about that. But in fact, he just spent his entire day attacking his aggrieved lover. So Donald Trump, let's see here. This is June 5th, 2:37 on Truth Social says, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. I mean, there's not a lot that Mr. Trump and I agree on, but I mean, I'm totally with you, Mr. President. If you want to go after Elon Musk's contracts, like, we are here for the fight, bro. Like, give me a ring, like, for real. We can get this across the finish line because, I mean, obviously, I know you guys were feeling like the feelings for the first 130 days, and there's always like a honeymoon period, especially after you go through a big thing together like an election. And I know he helped you win your election, but obviously now the honeymoon is worn off. But I mean, if you really want to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, I mean, even Donald Trump is saying it, you guys. I mean, Donald Trump apparently even this week asked his own staff if the entire DOGE effort was bullshit. And I'm not trying, I know we're on the floor of the House of Representatives, so to all of you monitoring, that's a direct quote of the President of the United States. Let me just be clear on that. But yeah, I mean, obviously Donald Trump, I mean, these guys know a lot about each other. They've spent a lot of time with each other over the last few months. So, I mean, they actually know what's going on. But the battle continued today. In response to Donald Trump's comments about Elon wearing thin, someone, the Autism Capital account, I don't know quite what that is, says, Trump fires back at Elon, the online battle begins, popcorn emoji. And Elon Musk says, such an obvious lie, so sad. I mean, we're all sad, right? Like, it's always sad when a relationship ends. But I think this is when things really got heated. And this is why things are really hard when you're having a breakup and there's a love triangle with the GOP, these guys over here. I mean, there's nobody here anymore, just in case you're wondering. No Republicans except for the acting pro tem here. But the thing that's so crazy, right? We all get wrapped up in our friends and their relationships, and the Republicans were like, okay, Mr. Trump, Elon's obviously your bestie, and he spent all this money, so we'll go along with it, even though apparently the cabinet and Republicans were really unhappy about it. And they're like, okay, fine. But then, like, we're going scorched earth here now. And it was actually really interesting to me earlier here on the House floor, because I was like, well, how are Republicans dealing with it? Honestly, I haven't seen you guys cheerful in quite a few months. So clearly something's about to happen. So Elon Musk, where are we at here on the time frame here? This was actually shortly before I came to the floor this afternoon. Tweets, time to drop the really big bomb at real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. And then he says cheerfully, have a nice day, Donald Trump. I mean, we all know what happens in breakups. But obviously, like, you guys, they got the tea on each other. And this is like a no holds bar breakup fight happening right now. But finally, like, this was like the mic drop of all mic drops. Just as I was walking onto the floor this afternoon, Elon Musk tweets, yes, in response to some other person who I don't know, who tweeted President versus Elon, who wins, Trump should be impeached. Now, we've all been through really hard breakups, but I don't know if you guys remember, but like 140 days ago or so, like, it was a love fest. They were here in the Capitol. It was so good. Elon Musk was like, yo, President, I'm going to like save the government from debt slavery, which is his words, and the deficit. And like, these bros were on the helicopter every day. They're going down to Mar-a-Lago. And now Elon Musk is calling for the frickin' impeachment of Donald Trump, you guys. I mean, that is some serious, serious business. So, what does this all mean in reality? I mean, it's happening in real time. I haven't even checked my phone since I started this conversation. There might be more drama going down just since we started this very conversation on the floor. But the reality of the situation is y'all both got what you paid for. Mr. Musk, you spent almost $300 million in dark money to pay for your friend, Mr. Trump, to become the president and to win this Republican majority who is trying to send our country into the largest deficit spend in American history. And Mr. Trump, I mean, this is what happens when you sell your soul. I mean, you see what happens. So I have a lot of love in my heart for people who are going through hard times. And I know that, both you guys are having a hard time. But I just have to say, for the sake of democracy, for the sake of the American people, and frankly, for the global security and safety of people all over the planet, y'all need to cut this drama out. I mean, we need to take care of our people. So I'm with Musk on this one. I don't mean to take sides, Mr. President, but I'm going to say it. Kill the bill. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Stansberry. Appreciate your comments, and it has indeed been a messy day. I think that prices are getting too high at this moment in time, but Elon Musk is, I believe, really inflating the price of popcorn right now, and that's something that is going to affect my household. I wanted to continue back to Elon Musk, because whatever side you take in this debate, we cannot forget that Elon Musk, again, repeatedly violated the law, made illegal spending cuts, tried to eliminate agencies created by Congress. This was not jaywalking. We're talking about serious crimes against the Constitution of the United States. And his actions were characterized not only by their illegality, but also by their immorality and incompetence. The 3 I's. And the immorality we saw as you continue to cut programs that were meant to help our poorest and most vulnerable. Called Social Security, which is a lifeline program for all the seniors around the country, including the ones in the district I represent. Called it a Ponzi scheme, and cut so much of the workforce that, again, I've had many constituents now complaining they can't get access to their benefits, they can't get anyone on the phone when there's been a mistake. This seems like deliberate in its scope, and they've been incompetent. And I mentioned some of the things they've done as far as firing the nuclear inspectors, miscalculating DOJ's savings, granting a DOJ staffer access to edit sensitive Treasury systems, prompting an internal forensic investigation, gutting the CFPB only to unsuspend staffers and uncancel contracts after it became apparent that CFPB could no longer perform its legally mandated functions, inadvertently canceling funding for Ebola prevention, uncanceling lease terminations after agency and congressional pushback. This could go on and on and on. But the point here is that this, again, was never about efficiency. It was never about finding waste, fraud, and abuse. That was always the big lie. What Elon Musk was trying to do was reshape government illegally against the express will of Congress. And unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle failed to stand up to this abuse of law, this direct attack on our Constitution and our authorities. The courts, thankfully, have stepped up. And right now, the Trump administration and DOJ are embroiled in over 252 lawsuits. They have lost almost all of these at various stages at the district court and appellate level, including several in the Supreme Court. And they're continuing trying to appeal. But even as this has happened, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, rather than stand up for Congress's authorities under the Constitution, they have tried to go after judges. They have threatened judges, tried to take away some of their authority. And we saw that most recently in the big, beautiful bill, which I think Republicans are now realizing was actually a monstrosity, a Frankenstein-level monstrosity of extreme provisions that many of them did not realize were in there, such as the one in that bill that would effectively neuter the judiciary's power to hold any administration official in contempt. This provision is a little wonky, but in essence, it prohibits federal courts from enforcing contempt citations, which a judge can issue for noncompliance of a court order. Now, what this would do is effectively shield the Trump administration from wrongdoing, that no judge could enforce any penalties against the Trump administration for failing to respond to court orders, for failing to obey the Constitution or the law. And what is concerning about this is that we have found an increasing number of Republicans who are publicly admitting now they didn't realize that this provision was in the, quote, big, beautiful bill that they'd passed. And, of course, we all remember just a couple weeks back, this bill was pushed through in the dark of night after 1 a.m., and it was clear that it was rushed through so quickly that most of our colleagues did not have time to read it, did not understand what was in it, did not have time to have their staffs review what was in it. This was an unconscionable process that is leading to outrageous results. We're also seeing other examples of provisions that my Republican colleagues were not aware was in the bill. Just earlier this week, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I serve with on the Oversight Committee, noted that she did not realize that there was a 10-year moratorium on AI regulations created as part of this big, beautiful bill, and said explicitly that she would oppose it. Well, she had a chance to oppose it when the bill was on the floor, but didn't read it. I would suggest to my Republican colleagues that maybe reading the bills that we are passing is a good idea before you decide to vote for them, particularly when you are rushing it through on a partisan line vote. Now, look, I come from a legal background. I started my career turning down Wall Street to go work at the SEC to crack down on corporate fraud, to uphold the rule of law. I've continued fighting for the rule of law my whole career, including as a law professor at UC Irvine. And what we're seeing right now is deeply offensive to the rule of law. That what we saw this last election cycle was Elon Musk spending $290 million on behalf of Donald Trump and other Republican candidates. $290 million. A lot of money. But that has paid off very well. Very good return on investment for Elon Musk because his wealth has gone up $100 billion with a B since he took office. Despite all the disasters we've seen, despite the massively declining sales of Tesla, his net wealth has gone way the hell up. And that's because he uniquely, even as other spending gets cut, willy-nilly, because a 21-year-old coder named Big Balls decides to delete a line of code, Elon Musk is getting massive new government contracts, including an $8.5 billion contract for Tesla from the GSA for electric vehicles, a $2.4 billion contract for SpaceLink, which was originally meant for Verizon but which was canceled and mysteriously then transferred over to SpaceX, which happens to be conveniently owned by Elon Musk. and on and on and on. Now, this looks like a quid pro quo. This looks like something that should not be allowed to exist, particularly when you have a man who is repeatedly, flagrantly, and knowingly violating the law every single day, upending the Constitution. And the damage to this country that we're going to see over the next several decades that we're seeing already happen right now is going to be devastating. Just earlier last week, I had a town hall at UC Irvine, which I represent. And as many people around the country are beginning to realize, a lot of what's happening right now is threatening our economic present, but also our economic future. The massive cuts to science and research funding for universities have long been the basis for our innovation economy. Whether in California, Boston, Atlanta, around the country, we know that high-end research creates jobs. It leads to innovations, that leads to new companies. It's what has made America great over time. And yet right now, those cuts are massive. Right now, we have seen NSA, NIH, and other agencies in the Trump administration illegally refuse to spend and allocate research funding that Congress has appropriated. That, in turn, has led already to the firing of many grad students of programs, innovations. But also, concerningly, we are starting to see the compounding effects of the attacks on legal immigrants here, people here on student visas. Now, you may recall that just a few weeks back, the Trump administration announced that they would be rounding up a whole posse of students who had minor run-ins with the law. In California, in the University of California system alone, there were something like 165 students here on valid student visas who'd been arrested with no due process, put into deportation proceedings. In one case, it was because they ran a stop sign. In another case, it was because they were in a domestic dispute. Their partner called the police. When the police arrived, they actually found that the immigrant, the person here on a student visa, was not the abuser, but actually probably had been abused. They decided to not proceed with this. But because there was a police report, even one that falsely accused this immigrant, that immigrant was put into deportation proceedings. Now, the Trump administration did reverse that policy after a public outcry, but we've seen foreign students, the best and brightest that have traditionally come to this country, to places like Harvard and MIT and UC San Francisco and Stanford. They are not coming here. They are going to other countries right now. And that accumulated effect is draining our future right now. We are talking about entire industries predicated on technology, on research, on life sciences that we expect to see massive declines in 10, 15, 20 years. We are robbing our future right now. And for what, I don't know, to give Elon Musk a little bit more. So the damage is going to be incalculable across the board. But I think the biggest damage that we're going to see is to our public's trust in our institutions. Right now, we're seeing corruption on a scale we have never seen before in the history of this country. A $400 million Qatari gift of a palace in the sky to Donald Trump was just the thing that made the news. But meanwhile, he's having dinners with massive donors who are giving billions and billions of dollars to his meme coin. We're seeing bribes happen across the board. We're seeing emoluments over and over and over to the president and his family. And yes, we're seeing Elon Musk getting a ransom from the federal government as far as new contracts that has personally benefited him to no end. We have to start enforcing the rule of law in this country. As someone who has always believed in the rule of law, who stood closely side by side with our law enforcement officers, with our prosecutors, with those who are trying to uphold the rule of law in this country and the Constitution, I would urge my colleagues on the other side of the room to start thinking about that oath that we took when we took this office to support and defend the Constitution. Those are not just words. They are the foundation of what it means to serve in Congress, of what it means to serve in the federal government, of what it means to be a patriotic American. If you are not enforcing the Constitution of the United States, if you are not enforcing the rule of law and standing up for the authorities of Congress, which is a co-equal branch of government, not a lackey of the president, what do we stand for? What are we doing here? I know that many of my colleagues on the other side are scared of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, frankly, too. But that should be no excuse for standing up and doing what is right. And we have to stand up and have an accounting of all the damage that Elon Musk did during his time at Doge, again, as a special government employee who never disclosed his conflicts of interest, who illegally exerted authority that a SGE should never have, that the President of the United States does not have. We need a real accounting of what happened, the damage that has been done, as well as all of the laws and constitutional provisions that he and every other member of DOJ has done. This is the time to do it. I would urge my colleagues to actually start stepping up for the Constitution. And with that, I would yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would also move that the House adjourn.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President and to direct their remarks to the chair and not to the perceived viewing audience. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.